Okay, we are live. Nice. Alright, let me just quickly pull the tweets out saying I'm not live, but let me just give a quick rundown to what we are doing here and why we are doing it. So we hit 1,000 subscribers, so thank you everyone. This is huge for me and I'm very much appreciative that I've been given this opportunity. So we're at 1,004 as we speak, which is awesome, and that means a lot to me. So what I wanted to do is give back to the people and name 1,000 European American football players. The rules here are very simple. Be an American football player that has played in Europe. I don't care what level, I don't care where, I don't care when. I'm just going to start naming them because if I'm starting trying to be picky, I'm going to run out of options really quickly. So we're just going to start naming them and then we'll kind of see how it goes from there. But at the moment, I need to see about putting those tweets out. We are live because this is going to be quite long. So get yourself a drink of food, beverage. I have myself an 8-pack of Pepsi. I have myself a pack of Hobnobs. Very British of me to have that. And we're just going to get going as soon as I figure out how to get myself my YouTube URL. That'd be great. What I might do is just go on my channel and get a copyable link in a second. There we go, channel URL. So this is the reality of live streaming. I actually have quite a lot of videos planned as well. So I'm going to do a team needs video at some point in the next couple of days of the ELF teams. There's quite a lot going on in the ELF at the moment. As an insider, stuff that I can't say about, but there's quite a lot going on. So I got to just kind of be chill about it for a minute. And then when I can start doing the team needs mercenary video, they need to announce all of their players before I can do their tier list videos. That might take a minute. But we are just going to finish up all of these links. So I put it on Twitter. I'm going to put it on Instagram. Let's put a little... This is going to be viewable to everyone on the stream. And of course, viewable after the stream. So that's kind of where we're going to go at. It's also an under 19 regional 11 side. I love that. I'm actually so excited that they did the 11 aside. I think it's awesome. I'm like such a fan. I've been trying to get them to do it for years. Obviously not trying to get it. Like I'm actually involved with that. I'm not involved with that at all. I've been vying for a BAFA under 19 league to be 11v11 forever. So I'm like very happy they've actually done that. So that's really positive. I think that's only going to be good for everyone because honestly it was very overdue. So I need to go on my own stream on my own YouTube so I can keep up with the comments. Otherwise, when I'm switching tabs, I'm going to get befuddled. And I don't want to get befuddled. So, first player we're going to name. So I wanted to give a shout out to all my people who were like in this industry. But the first person, one of my close friends, Sam James, wanted to be number one. So we're going to say Sam James number one. And I'm going to quickly go over to my click. I've got a lot of tabs open at the moment. So if one of them crashes, then we're buggered. But I think we should be fine. So, Sam James, number one. We'll go for Silas Nisita, number two. He's been doing a lot of great work. He's on quite a cool trip at the moment over to, I think it's Malaysia, on very personal stuff for him. So happy for him. Alex Malchow. A lot of people don't know he was a baller. He's an analyst now, but he's a baller back then. Jamal Clay, same thing. He played over in Switzerland. And Nick Alfieri. So that's my first 5 guys. Just people that I work with and a friend of mine. So now I'm just going to start naming British players for a while. So I'm going to go off the dome, right? So you can see the ELF-pedia website. Shout out to ELF-pedia. I'll link that in the description of the video in a minute. I'm not going to be using this just yet. I can't see that screen. I can only see the clicker at the moment. I'm going to try and go off the dome as much as I can go for a while. And then I have spreadsheets, which you'll be able to see right here We have wherever it is. I'll get to it in a minute. So we have lots of spreadsheets that I can recall from. So we're just going to start with our UE team. Some of the guys we had last season. So you got Jamie Penning at quarterback. We had J.J. Clark at quarterback. At receiver, we had DeAndre Rucker. We had see, now I'm going to start blanking. Jason Matusash. We had Jamoy Stewart Sinclair, former NFL Academy baller. Seriously, watch out for him. He's a really, really good blocker. Harry Buckland, another player that you've got to watch out for in the next coming seasons. We're going to see, now this is the issue. I've got so many players going around in my head, I've got to name all of them. Lenny Kistler, center. We're going to go for Noah Rodriguez was there last season. We've got, I'm going to get my teams blended. So also got to go for Hamish McClure, who was a quarterback there last year as well. We've got, so this is so many names going at once, and I've got to take my time and collect myself because we're like 14 down. So it's got to keep going. Let's go for Kerrigan Brooks. And that person I just clicked in there is going to be Theo Grant. And then we're going to go for Jaquez Hall, twist. We want David Asamoah at the Aztecs. We want Lewis Benzie. We want Terrell Jones, a running back for the Aztecs as well. We'll go for Tom Jones while we're on that, running back formerly of the Manchester Titans. We want... Let's go for a few running backs. Let's go for Patrick Carr. Let's go for Adam Zuleka. Let's go for... I'm going to say let's go for... I got to stop saying that. I'm going to start... I'm also not keeping track of the names, so it's got to kind of remember who I've went for. We want Al Khalifi. We want... I've got so many options and so much time. I just got to relax. It's very tense. Go, knowing I've got going to be here for hours. Let me get a drink. That's what I need to do. Running backs in Europe. Let's go for, and I got to know like the full names too. I can't just say last names, otherwise that's kind of like cheating, because that's not really fair for me to start going off last names. Ooh, Tyrese Johnson Fisher. He's just come back from Prague. Come back to Prague from the Berlin Rebels team. I want... Oh man, this is embarrassing, isn't it? You know, let me just start naming like guys. I don't want to get too locked in position. Anton Blumgren, Ludwig Myron. I'm going to go for Carl Kitchens, Lawrence Cornwall Baptiste, Harry Sayre, Lewis Thomas, Marcel Dabo. We want Nafali Rodriguez, Mario Flores, Edion Amade, Antonio Costa, Cam Birkinshaw, Alex Nugunjo, Jasper Dujuma, Jara Fevers, Tapua Craig, Rob Rutherford, Calvin Stitt, Josh Ellsbrook, Sam Bloomfield. Let's go. See, I hit a bit of a stride then. Joe Morton. I need more like these OG Pride guys I seem to be hitting on at the moment. We go for some other guys. Brian Winter, Seb Harris, Leo Sifakolis. I want some of the NFL and Pride guys. I think that's where I'm going to hit kind of more of a stride. Let's hit with Rorschach Arthur. And then... See, so many options. That's the thing. That's the difficult part. It's going through all these guys, and I know hundreds. It's just about articulating it. And I gotta remember that I can be on stream for hours. Like, it's not really a big deal. Kadadisa, awesome player. Tariq Taiwo, also an awesome player. He's going to be so good. Arvid Silberg, Victor Askolov, a couple of really big players there. Kerry Bajarian, running back. Florian Vegan and Anton Vegan. Daniel Dokau, Parker Rogers, Chris Stoneman. A few of my guys at Europe's Elite there. Oh, I didn't even mention the coaches at UE. Dan Meyer, we won Kieran Johnson, Frankie Pankhurst, Uchenna Obasi. See, T's going to make fun. I don't know how to say T's name, so T's going to make fun of me. No matter what way I say his name. Which is a shame. But might just message him in a minute and be like, help me out. I'll go for Manny Crispin as well. I forgot about Manny Crispin. Tomo Ayo. Let's go for him. Akiba Lola. Another player we from the Irish team. Max Hardy. Another Irish player. I should have got a map. That's what I should have done. I should have got a map so I saw the countries that I wanted. I might get a map in a second. When I start like fumbling, we get no European map. It's gonna like, come up here. Let's name all the Americans as well. That's what I gotta do. We go for quarterbacks. DeAndre Fulford, Jack Mangle, Sergio Adrian already, Zach Edwards, Riley Hennessy, Theo Landers. He's just won the Spanish Championship. Congratulations to Theo, because I was surprised they beat the Oslo Suivas on that one. Edu Perez, receiver in that game. Spanish guys, I can go on for a minute about them. Said Mario Flores already. Said, let's go for Remy Berthelon. It's French, but came to mind when I was thinking about the OG Dragons. Carl Sweet. Edu Eolowa. It's the Jaguars DB who played in the CFL for a bit. And then go for Bada. What's his first name? The Washington player. I'm forgetting his first name. We have Florian Bierbaumer at tight end with Marcus Scheibel and Andrea Bortella Moreno for the tight ends. Let's go for more. This Montez Lattimore, one of the better players outside of the ELF corner. Nico Barrow, Glenn Tonga. That's a problem. When you get the number, you start like trying to think of all the players at once that you could name. But you know, Jose Perez, the defensive tackle for Cologne, that now plays for the Rhein-Fire. Max Zimmerman. There's actually two Max Zimmermans. There's the receiver that played for the Berlin Thunder, and there's also an offensive lineman that I think plays somewhere within the ELF, but the two Max Zimmermans. There's also Madre London, of course. There's Jock Crawford. There's Jax Crawford. Two different players. There's a lot more players I am forgetting off the dome, which is sad. Leon, I cannot remember how to pronounce Leon's last name, so I'm going to leave that for a minute. Said Theo Grant. Said Akima Lola. We're going to go for Dennis Johnson, defensive tackle over in the UFL for the DC Defenders. We used to play at UE. Shout out to him, doing an awesome work over there. And while I'm on the topic of UE guys, we go for Tom. No, I said Tom Jones. So now I've got to think of some of these OG UE guys that I'm like blanking on and that I haven't already said, which is the difficult part of remembering who I've said and who I haven't, because we're already on 90, and I've been taking it kind of easy, just going off the dome a little bit. Sergey Candice running back up to Glenn of the Ryan Fire. Let's go for what's his name? Sagnay. What's Sagnay's first name? Go for Arnold Hollenhoek. Go for Yasser Raji. Go Joachim Christensen, the best centre in Europe. Jonathan Pepler, really underrated lineman. Thomas Felicia. I'm going to butcher a lot of names during this, so I do apologise for the absolute, terrible pronunciation of names during this entire stream. It's going to be kind of hard to watch for people that are native speakers, but that I am not a native speaker. McShane, what's McShane's first name? Oh, fuck. I'm blanking on McShane. We go for Fedor Chepazayov, the receiver, and the Vienna Vikings. We'll go for Seydou Traore and Noah Traore. Who would I want my 100th to be? Oh, shit. 100 should be me. Matt Bressington. I used to play. I'm not a very good player, but I was a player. So that counts. Dom Diamante. That's just come into my name. Bank from just players at GB. Toby Naylor. Used to play with him. Joe Cassidy. I played with him in GB too. Said Lewis Bentley. George Reynolds. Sean Lewis. Some guys in that defense and offense for the old GB team that played against the Netherlands. Ibs Udevareld. Probably mispronounced the Dutch name again, but we're going to go for it. Nevertheless, while on Dutch players, I could go for actually, I'll go for Justice Sealing as well at the NFL Academy, just when I'm on the top, when he popped in. And then Isaac Abaka, Jadil Wahab, Jordan Brady Williams, and Jack Troney. Also, my dog's here. He's in the background doing his own thing, so I don't want to shut him out for potentially hours of a live stream. We were actually over 10%, so that's pretty good. I was on the NFL Academy, so let me go for it. Yo-Yo's name's hard to pronounce, and I need to concentrate on that one. And go for Max Hulk. Said Theodore Landstrom. Said Anton Blomgren. Said Ludwig Myron, but I didn't say Emil Forv. Another Swedish player. A lot of Swedish guys. Honestly, Elef, Sweden would go so hard. Matt Ball, fuck yeah. Matt Ball, yeah. And then Will Pierce in the same breath, yeah. 100%. OG, Pride guys, yeah. Steph Collins is another one that's just come into my head then. Matt Ball, that's a name I haven't heard in a minute. Let's have a think. I've went flying off the handle now that I've heard Matt Ball. That's brought up a lot of remembering of him. He was so fucking funny. And of course I said Sam James. George Bryant, just while I'm in that range of BACL, people I started my football career with, which feels like so long ago, and it kind of was a long time ago. Ooh. More guys. Yeah, Khaled, you missed a start, but I've already named you. I've been here for a minute now, but you were named a while ago. I said you were Tyreek. Both two OG DBs back in the day. Kevin Benton, such a savage. And then Matty Kruger, also a savage. I need interior defensive line. I haven't got enough of them. Jason Takeri, I think that's how I pronounce his name. Tommy Wilson. You think you won't get it? Well, we ain't finishing the stream until I get it, so that's gonna be tough. Chris Wedderburn and Cadell King and Desmond Cooper. I'm gonna have to be naming it players for a while, but I'm just taking it easy. I've got drinks, I've got snacks, I've got nowhere else to be. I can just enjoy being on stream forever. I need to think more like outside the ELF, so that I can just kind of cover the ELF a little bit easier, because that's going to be, I don't think the ELF will be too hard, but again, it's going to take me a while to get comfortable, and I'm just going to yap for a while. That's basically how I see it going. It's just talking, and then it will eventually just get hit in the head by like some random fucking players. Like, oh, he popped into my head then and I left. Let me go for like more British guys. Gary Gardner, Callum Ewart, Steve McCluskey. So that's what will happen. It was just like 1, 2, 3. It will come into my mind. Who did I play with at GB? I need to cover some of those players. I need to give them their due diligence before I move on to like actually cheating. Because after a while, I've got 128, which is pretty good. But then I will just start listing off some of the other players. Pascal Vrug, I think you pronounce his name. Swedish guy, used to play for Swiss guy, used to play for the Comets. Said Tommy Watt at the Comets, said Glenn at the Comets. Chad Warrens, another player that played in the Comets. Amrit Chatra at the Invaders. The Invaders are really good for developing British talent. So they're seriously good. Murshak Arthur, I said, but his brother, who just joined for the Panther team, Dusseldorf Panther team. Fuck, I'll come back to that. Isaiah Kleinberg, another Dutch national. Tyrone Brown, another Dutch player. Robin Miraboro. Robin's going to kill me for that, but I'm going to count it anyway. Who am I think? Fucking Travis Clayton just got drafted into the. He counts because he went to the NFL Academy, so he counts as. James fucking Harrison. A lot of people forget James Harrison played for the Ryan Fire back in the day, so I'm going to count it. It's a shame Brock Lesnar didn't play in the league when he was offered. Fun fact: Brock Lesnar did get offered. Gentry Adams, said Adrian already. Just thinking more players just off of David Brzozowski. Let's go for Keanu Ebanks and Octavio Amortem and Lucas de Soares and Brazilian. No, Omi didn't technically play here because he went to the Kings. Dion Enrique. Prime time. Anti Mahonu and Anti Dable. Effie Obada. There's going to be some people that are so pissed if I don't mention. If I don't mention some of you after 1,000 players, I do apologize. Sandro Platzgummer and Adrian Platzgummer. Tobias Bonatti. Steven Nilsson. And Toby Letman. I say Keanu. He's another one of my highest rated. My phone's like gonna die. I'm gonna have to put my phone on charge at some point. I got my charger over here, so I'll probably do that now. Let me think more British guys. Said Harry Sayers, said Lewis Thomas. I need some younger dudes to name who deserve their shout-outs, because I don't want to just be ELF guys. I think it'd be kind of one-dimensional to just do ELF guys. So I would like to get a wide range. I said Nico Barrow. Let me put my microphone down for a second so I can put my phone on charge. If it is still working. So my face is frozen. Which is odd. So I'm not actually sure if I'm here. Yes, there we go. I think that's still going. I think we should be fine. But that's weird. Not good timing, but I think we're alright. I think as far as I'm aware, we are fine, but I'm never going to try and put my phone on charge on my laptop ever again. Maybe lose track of where I was at. Yes, we are good. We are good. We are fine. Panic over. Now I need to start thinking of players again. Now that my stream has had a moment, I need to get back on track. So I said Harlan Kofi. I can't believe I forgot about Harlan Kofi. One of the most complete. Dominic Antra, Garrett Brandt, and Marlon Worthman, and Luka Jokel, Sven Fischer, Patrick Posch, Leon Himes. Going at little flurries. That's what I'm doing. Little flurries of players. I think I'll try and get to 200 off the dome. I'd be quite happy with 200, and I'll resort to some of my sheets. I'm like missing half the ELF quarterbacks as well, if not all of the ELF quarterbacks, which is kind of embarrassing. But nevertheless, we're gonna see what we can do. Javarian Smith. There we go. Chris Helbig. Ben Holmes. And we'll go for Ashley Bailey, quarterback out of the UK. Said Lewis Benzie. Said Sean Cook, Henry Rowland, Daniel Marshall. I think I can carry on. Also, I do apologise if I keep looking down at my phone, because I've usually got messages coming in from people, and I've also got the stream up just so I know that if it's crashing or not, like last time. I think of more players back in the days of the early ELF. Darius St. Robinson, another player I had just joined the Munich. Well, he's back at Munich Ravens. Evans Yoruba, fucking outstanding interior defensive lineman. Definitely one of my favourites, just in general. Jan Bombeck and Lucas Harding Canito. Well, I picked for Rookie of the Year that has aged not tremendously, but I still think that he's got it. Simon Hamadi, though, is above him, so that's going to be a hard one. Gerald Allman is a player I predicted Rookie of the Year. Marco Schneider, Philip Hahn, two great receivers out of Austria that I'm a big fan of both of their work. And then Saz had Hahn in our top 5. Who else in that top 5? I said Anthony Mahoney, Connor Wellington. I'm still going to... I know he's not played in Europe yet, but I'm going to count anyway. Markel Castle as well. He's fine. He's played in Europe. But I'm still going to count Connor Wellington just because I kind of want to. Matt Cole, John Cole. Amazing. What's amazing? The receiver in Poland's first name. Is it Jakub Mazin? I'm going to check Instagram if it is Jakub Mazin. If it is, yes, it is Jakub Mazin. There we go. That counts. So nearly up to 200, and then I can phone a friend. And that phone a friend is going to be ELFopedia, and I shall go through some of those. But I don't want this to be 30 minutes of me struggling to name players, and then 10 minutes of me just naming loads of them. So that would be kind of dead to do. So I won't be doing that. I'll probably go over some of my charts rather than that one per se. But I guess we will find out. You know, I might put that on now. Put that above there so that people can see some of it. Not all of it, but this is one of the old charts. Let me get one of the newer ones, which is here, but not showing on the screen. But we will go for Robin Zilchek, Jean Constant, and Juan Flores Calderon, Lele Batistella, shout out Lele, one of my favourite players, just because he was my guy at the CUDA, and I can mention Ben Stringer, and who else can I name in that team? Not very many of them, clearly. Joe Lamb. See, I don't think anyone from CUDA would have expected me. When they see about American football players in Europe, they're probably not thinking about second-tier British university players, but we've got some of them on this list too. So it's certainly different. Jonathan Mfonwu, and Pedro. Is it Jose Pedro? Let me have a look. Pedro. Daniel Pedro. I'm counting Daniel Pedro. Just joined the Potsdam Rolls with AJ Mealing and Jalen Henderson, who are savages, and I'm a big fan of both of them. Jalen Henderson's probably one of the best quarterbacks in Europe, honestly. And someone he competed with was Stephen Duncan, who's now gone to the Polish team. We throw to Matt Cole, who I've already mentioned, but I'm trying. Devin Burrell, AJ Wetland, Nasri. That two was Nasri. Nasri. Said AJ Wetland. Linebacker Amin Black for the Ravens last season. Linebackers. Now we're going to go for Lucky Ogbonovan and Precious Ogbonovan. And Fabian Vence, they're both Lucky, and Fabian just got drafted to CFL Global, so congratulations to those guys. We love seeing that one. Now I do want to go more. I know we're going to go more linebackers. That's what I want. Inside linebackers. Go for Hugo Dahineval, the Swedish guy who I mentioned in my one formerly of Dresden Monarchs. He's going to be very good for the Frankfurt Galaxy, who also have Lone Kuchi, a receiver, and Nico Straumann. I already said Markel. And they got Thomas Fischbach, who's going to be my 200th player. I'll go a little longer. I'm just still going through some team names. Again, it's a bit more comfortable and just going through some of them because I'll hit the stride. I'll start just remembering players. But Galaxy, who else did Galaxy sign this season? Luke Zaradka and did I say Chad Jeffries? I don't think I said Chad Jeffries and Jacob Sullivan, who we are going to see at the Berlin Thunder. Said Max Zimmerman said, shout out to your left media. Where's it, Pedro? My bad. I'm like, Pedro, I think he's going to be good at Potsdam. He's very fast. I want to see what he does against different DBs. Kristen Tutt at the Surge, and Daniel Wright and Jan Chris at the Prague Lions. Yeah, I know that's definitely wrong, but Jose Pedro, sorry Daniel, my bad. If you ever see this far into the video, I apologise. I'm familiar with your game. I can't remember what Lola's full name is. Go for Fermi Okalola. I definitely butchered that one as well. PJ Hudson. PJ Hudson is one of the players that I think could have been. He is really good. Don't get me wrong. Like he's a very very good player. But his athleticism and his potential is off the fucking chain. But he just has played at so many different positions over the last few years. Played outside linebacker. He's played inside linebacker. He's played as a rush player, safety. They stick him at receiver at like 6'4", 220 pounds. He played at receiver at in his youth days. He could be a serious weapon on the outside for like any team. Go for Bruno Escobar, the Milano Rhino, a receiver. And then, who else could I go for Milan? Milan's kind of a tough one. I don't really know that. Alex Ferrari over in Guelph. We've done. I haven't done many Italian league players. Should probably do some more Italian league players. Colin Di Gablio, the Acuna Dolphins quarterback, is leading to a crazy one. Ryan Griffin, of course, at the Varese Scorpions. Damian Sheehy Giuseppe. He can count in as a Euro player now. Kind of a shot to see him in the league, as someone who followed like that story when he was at the Browns, being homeless, came in, which is pretty fucking cool to see him in Europe with Ryan Griffin and his brother McLean. I feel like it's McLean Griffin. I'm pretty positive it's McLean Griffin. They've been tearing it up. I need some more OG guys. I need some more European League of Football guys. I need some more GFL guys, especially the unicorns ones. I'm definitely not doing a service when it comes to naming some of these guys that are in the outside of the European League of Football. That's what I'm kind of struggling with. Nathaniel Robitaille, that me and Nick up here have had discussions about where he fits into the Enthroners. Samuel cannot say his last name. Let me try and spell it out. Well, we'll try and say it fully. And while I'm on it, Sam Waterhouse Morris, I'm counting that. I know I'm on Instagram, so kind of cheating to have that, but I'm going to take it anyway because and Archie Wills Johnson, another one of those players that played at UOB. We'll go for Anthony Tittle at Dresden. I like Anthony Tittle at Dresden. I think that he's another player that could be really good. Nathaniel Prince in Berlin. Brice Yanyard, the French offensive lineman, one of the best over in Berlin. With Tariq Fields, the quarterback that came into Prague, and Shazam Mumphrey, who was the former quarterback of Prague. And then, who else? They had a few. Tristan Noble at Helsinki came in as a replacement for a little bit. He was alright. He was fine. Need more French guys. Need more German guys. I need more Swiss dudes as well. Michael Kimpembe, I think that's probably his name. Big Mike over in Heldervik, who's just signed a new deal. Congratulations to Mike. Absolute savage. Big dude. Big dude. Used to play for the Unicorns. And of course, he's been at Heldervik for the last 2 seasons. He's a serious weapon for that inside. And so is Andrea Burry. And yeah, so Bahojang, I thank you, your fielder. I've seen him live. I'm gonna count anyway. Thomas van Gelder, also seen him live. He's a really talented player at the Netherlands. Tight end. Could have went D. I think he's a D1 talented player. He really could have been. We'll go for what's his fucking name? He's a cow. He went from Peter Clark as well when I'm at Temple. He went from Temple and he moved to someone else. He transferred. There's quite a lot of players in the transport that are European at the moment. Said Sage Joy, he transferred. Kofi Taylor Backs is just entered the transport. So was Dimitri Madden and Jules Ney, which is somewhat surprising. Europeans in the trap, I'm probably not going to talk about it on a full video. But Europeans have been hitting the transfer portal there's 9 of them in the last week, which is kind of mad for so many Europeans to be hitting the transfer portal this early. It's quite surprising, but I guess we'll find out how that works. But I said Kofi at Colorado. I said a few of the other guys. So still struggling with that Swedish offensive lineman that went from Temple. It's gonna be a brainworm in my head for a while. Unfortunately, that is tough. Henry Barnes, offensive lineman that played at UE this season. Who else do I want? John Perkins, also at UE. CJ Wall, one of the better players in the country at the moment for Americans in the UK, former All Ivy League player. Played Kenny Golladay, I think, in college, which is kind of crazy. Not many people could really say that. Fucking hell, what's his name? Cavante Turpin, former Panther player, now with the Dallas Cowboys. Used to be in the USFL. You had a former. That's pretty badass. Who's we? You'll have to be there. I'm not sure who we is. Actually, I don't even know if you were a player. I would name you if you were a player, but you're a nominee, so I actually don't know. But Temple have produced quite a lot of solid Europeans, as have owners Conor Banny, fucking 4-star player out of the UK who has like 30, 40 offers. Like seriously, Justin Hassavanta, Justin Hassel. I can't remember. I can't say his last name, but I'm gonna count anyway. Oh, we left. Right, my bad. Yeah, we did. I can't remember who though. Can't remember who. But Justin is just committed to Georgia Tech. Georgia, Chris Durham, and he's like a 4-star recruit, so he's gonna be excellent over there. Daniel Akinkunbi just went to Oklahoma. He's someone I found at like the Sheffield. Like first time I saw him, was at like the Sheffield Giants, and now he's at Oklahoma, which is just like mind-boggling. Atia Yanna, I think I'm saying that. It's Yahya. Atia. Just joined Colorado from the NFL Academy. Said Justice, said Isaac, said Jadil, said Kevin Benton. Who else? Said Moshak. He's another linebacker. That Pharrell Harewood. He's a very talented player coming out of the academy. Who is that? That Temple quarterback is gonna frustrate me as well. I need to put my phone on charge at some point, but I need to find a plug to do so also, which is my laptop's like so broken and old that it needs to be plugged in or it'll die. So I'll have to put my phone somewhere in the distance and then try and like check back periodically for comments. But that's what we've got 2:41. I keep going off track. We've been live for like 42 minutes, which is actually like 241 names in 42 minutes is not that bad. So you're looking at it and I can't think. That's not fair. That's not fair. Now I gotta think who's in the East. Said Holmes. Who was and then how big was that season? And then Roko is O'Driscoll, but I can't remember his first name. The American quarterback to play for the Roko Panthers, which is tough. And then the Endurance have Mangle this season, we've already said about. And they had Jared Evans. And then when Jared left, they had a bit of a rolling door of quarterbacks. He was. And then they got Prague, which had Shazan, and then they had Fields, we already mentioned. He's at the Berlin team this season. Fields, I actually thought he deserved. I wrote like a whole article saying I think that certain players deserved like more of a chance. I think he was one of them. He is a very good quarterback who can be good at the next level in Europe. Noah Portjagan, who just went to Florida, and Tyler Portjagan, who was the Prague Black Panthers, and then Jakub Zizek, the Czech corner. And then a hint without dropping the name, Johnny Football. What? I'm like doing myself such a bad. I'm blanking. Matt Vitale, the local Panthers quarterback. Tony Tate also at the Panthers. Man, I'm like Johnny Football. I do not know, because I said Jack Mangle. I was like, as fucking close as I can think. So like, really can't think of first was Twitter. Oh man, I'm like gonna be thinking about that one for a while. I might see that one when I go back in some of the rosters. I'm gonna look at some of the ELF rosters. Oh yeah, Vitale. Yeah, there we go, Matt Vitale. Yeah, he was. I call him Matty Ice. That's what I thought is his thing. He went to Temple. Oh, he did. He went to like West Virginia at Temple. He went to like Jackson State. Speaking of Jackson State, no, that's Kofi. Kofi went to Colorado. I already said Kofi. But who was the other one? There was a Brazilian, German, offensive lineman, Jasper Friss. Yeah, he went to Jackson State as an offensive lineman. I'd be excited to see if he comes back to Europe. He really would be an interesting one. Yeah, you left the best league in Europe. Absolutely. Go with the tickets. Do your thing. Germany football. I actually didn't know that. Yeah, I didn't know that. Yeah, but I just call him Matty Ice. He was actually on my like initial how have I not mentioned fucking Moritz Bowinger? How have I not mentioned him? Yes, Tyrese No, you should drop stuff. My football's handle. I remember me having the Rocall Panthers like last in the thing, except like the Enthroners and the Kings. I thought they were going to be terrible because they released their two quarterbacks like a week before the season. Their quarterback and a receiver. Jacob Sullivan already mentioned. Thank you. He's going to be good at Berlin. I've already mentioned a couple of his teammates, but Lars Lebig I have not. So thank you very much for that one. As I did not mention Cam Hilton, who played at the Paris team, and also Aaron Grossman, the big defensive lineman over in Berlin, and also Serge Adrian as well. But who am I thinking? Safety. To play like the white dude safety for Berlin, who was like a savage. Like he got like 5 picks. He was really, really good. I cannot remember. I mean, it's not him, but I'm still thinking of Christian Strong and Jarvis McClam, of course. Tyrese Nil, I'll add you as 255. There you go. If you played at any level, you get to go on in this list. I've mentioned a bunch of guys. I love another QB most, but won't drop the name just yet. Don't think you mentioned him yet. I'm sure Matt loved him as well. Another QB. I liked, it wasn't Daniel Jones? It wasn't Daniel Jones, was it? Not the Giants one, like the one who used to play for Cologne. And he would scramble a lot. Also, I said Edgy Wetland, but Zach Blair. And Paul Lenhart, the slot at Cologne as well, just went to the Frankfurt team. And said AJ, said Chris Wedderburn, said Gerald Alman at the Cologne team. Who's that big Kleinman? It's Kleinman, but I can't think of his last name on Kleinman. Let me search that up like real quick. Because he's like that big safety. Can't think. Oh, we'll go for Dennis Butts, just moved, and Kevin Titz as well at the Ryan Fire. The Munich Ravens. And who else am I thinking of Munich Ravens? Said a couple of their offensive linemen. Marvin Rouge, very good player. He was a player that surprised me a lot. Didn't expect him to be like an all-year left player, but he certainly was. I had him graded as like a 3.5, I think, which was like a solid role player, which I think that he's slightly better. I probably would rate him as like a 3.75, so someone who could be a contributor as a starter level receiver. Who else? Lawrence Regler, also another receiver from Germany, who is champion and is also a solid starting level player. Said Anthony Mohan, who said Harlan Kofi. Who's the tight end for the Rhein Fire team? So Marcus Scheibel over in Vienna, formerly the Raiders. Said Toby Letman, also the Raiders. Christoph Nitzlander, big fan, of course. Went to the Munich Ravens this year. They're stacking up in defense. They really are. They obviously had such a heavy offensive identity last season, where they were just all offense, no defense. Jonas Zeigebel, counting it, 15 defensive lineman that plays for them. I'm going to count that one as well. And who else they have on that defense? Because they kind of got torched. Jonas Gek, the Berlin Thunder corner. I can't think of Kalaman's name, so I'm not going to include him just yet until I look in a minute about what it is. But I kind of want to get to 300 now. I said 200, and I kind of want to get to 300. Said Tommy Wilson, Tamir Sek over, and Andre Serra. Andre Serra actually, under like first season, so a lot of people don't know this, but I've mentioned it a little bit. I like helped Milan out a bit unofficially. I wasn't paid or like employed by Milan, but I was looking at their preseason roster like last season. I thought Andre Serra was going to be what Flores Calderon was. Like, I thought so highly of Andres Serra, and I do still think he's a good player. He's over in the Torino team, which have surprised a lot of people, especially with their quarterback, who was a backup for Milan last season, that I'm blanking on the name. They had Tomisek, they had Enzo Mensah over there as well for the Jaguari team. Whenever I used to do those like IFL predictions, the IFL kind of done their thing with his own, so it's kind of hard for me to watch their games at the moment. But Jaguari was like the hardest thing. I have like so many mistakes in me saying Jaguari, and I can't really say Italian pronunciation anyway. I'm so sure people will point out I'm still saying Jaguari wrong, but that one was certainly a challenge trying to get that one out. I need to think of more Florence players too. Lynch. Dijon Lynch. He's a fucking killer. Be excited to see if he comes like into the 11 at some point. I don't think he will, but it'd be good to see if he does. There's the right tackle that plays for the Osos Urivas. I was a big fan of that I talked about with Mario Flores. I've already mentioned Mario Flores, so I'm not going to put him on this one because I've already said him. But he was a savage. And in that game, who else is in like the Spanish team? Is the centre for the Dragons just popped into my head then and then left. Let me quickly check the chat as well. Marcel Dabo said, Anthony Mahoney said, Simon Gavana. I'm going to count it. Even if I'm reading it, I'm counting it. Yannick Zeibel. Yep, good call. Benjamin Barnes. Yeah, I forgot about Benjamin Barnes. Serge Corner. Said Sergi. Till Janssen. Yeah, the corner for round 5, number 7. Yep. Daryl Stewart Jr. The one of the best receivers in the league. And then Weston Carr as well. Who was the receiver that was before Daryl Stewart? Justin Scheislinger. Thank you very much. I'm going to count that. Who was the guy that was before Daryl Stewart Jr. at the Surge? Richard Gruton. Yes, Richard Gruton. I've got to stop looking at chat. This is like free information that I'm like adding in. But who was that's going to annoy me. I have his face in my mind, and I can't remember his name. But anything more like Americans that played in the ELF that I have not mentioned yet. Because there's a lot. Jalen Embry being one of them, and Jamalcolm Liggins being another. As well as people like Amari Williams. He's a fucking killer. And who's partnering up with Ryan Fire this year? Kelvin McKnight. Of course, how could I forget Kelvin McKnight? Ooh. So we're over a quarter of the way there as well. So I think this might last 4 hours for this projection. Alessandro Fernandez. How did I forget Alessandro Fernandez? Said Han Quofi. We'll be back when you hit 4:56. That'll be a couple hours. Just gonna go for Europe. Thank you very much, Jamal. I've already said you at the start, Jamal. I'm not sure if you saw that one, but you're already on my list. You were the first people, like top 10, that I had. So shout out Athletes Forum. They are next to 1,000 subscribers. You have to go and subscribe to Athletes Forum. The best interviews with Marquise Manning. Yes, they did. And his top 5 receiver list. I like Marquise Manning a lot. He was a player that I was very excited to see come in. Another player I was excited about was Ken Hike Jr. I actually had Marquise above Ken Hike Jr. at the start. And sorry, Marquise, but I have Ken Hike Jr. now as the best corner in Europe. Like, Ken Hike is phenomenal. Marcelo Beard. And Kev Fortes, another French player, and Luke Glenner, former Defensive Player of the Year nominee, who is a spectacular player. Could be good for the Madrid team. I said Kev Fortes, the Madrid team as well. I said Janet Embry, who's also the Madrid team, and Alessandro, of course. Thank you very much for that one. Who's the Barcelona Dragons End, I put in one of those videos that I made about like players I thought were going to be pretty damn good this year. That's kind of embarrassing. I should know that. I should know who's in all of my stuff, really. But as I like, just in case people are tuning in, I can't see that spreadsheet. The only thing on my second one. So here I have OBS to make sure it doesn't crash, and so that everything's still functioning. And on here I have the counter. And when I get to like 300, I might check just to make sure it's not on. Preston Plintov, I don't think I've actually ever played in Europe. Who's the other corner? He used to play for Danube, he used to play for UE, and I'm blank on his name. He went to Iowa, he's like a 2-time Big Ten. Oh, man. I should know that. He's a UE guy. Oh no, I'm forgetting like UE legends. Everyone's going to be so angry if they ever see this one. Let me go Pete Jones as well. And Gary Gardner. I'd say Gary Gardner. I did say Gary Gardner. Pete Jones, offensive line coach at UE. Also head coach of the Aztecs. He and I disagree a lot on evaluations of certain players, but it's all constructive criticism. Who else can I think of offensive line? Connor Bolton. We put Connor Bolton on the list. One of the players at the Madrid team with Robin Finch at the Madrid team as well. And William Patterson. Seth Flores. He's going to be number 2. Sorry, Mario. I've said you about 7 times at this point in the video. But William Patterson, Seth Robitaille. Because William was obviously the late replacement and came in and did really, really well and played well up into the final because Robitaille came back in for the final, and that's what Nick Alfieri was putting on his about his list about the top 5 receivers. Of course, I had Wellington as my 5, and then Daryl Stewart was at 3, Mahon was at 4. Cole was at 1, and Castle was at Malik Stanley, Terren Robinson. Those 2 were fucking awesome. I think they're like both over in Mexico at the moment, but I'd love to see them back in the ELF. Like, I'm so surprised. Like, I still hold that Malik Stanley could have been a 1,000-yard receiver, like well over a 1,000-yard receiver. I think so highly of Malik Stanley. And in my video with when I saw about Markel once for a video, I think it's for the tier list one, I was like, am I saying the right name? And I checked back and I was saying Malik Stanley for like the whole thing. I was saying Malik Stanley, so I had to go back and re-record like half of the video because I kept saying, because they're 2 of those are like my comparisons to each other. I think they have a very similar game, so I kept getting the names the wrong way around. But it's not disrespectful to either of them. It's just they're both so good. They're like top of their field good. That I had to think of those. I just had a running back go into my head as Pascali, but I can't remember his name. His first name. Played running back for the Surge, and then Heltevik is signed on now. Colton Aiken at Heltevik as well. How did I forget about him? Said Leo over in Poland, formerly at the same team in Poland. Who I need to get some more like Jack Farr, fucking yes, Jack Farr. How could I forget Jack Farr? I messaged him, and he messages me, and he needs things. William James over in Poland as well, and the Leipzig Kings. I need to think more of the Leipzig Kings and the Rams with Noah Olsen, who was good for a few games over there, like seriously good. And he's like a big fan of Noah as a defensive back. I like him a lot. Asir? Asir? Like the one who won Rookie of the Year. Like the first year. Well, not the first year, but with the Rams. We check that. Not if I'm going to be able to find it. But I have, again, I can picture him. Apologies for not getting the name right. I'm not going to count that one just yet. My dog Leo is going to be probably out in the background if you can see him. But he's become a regular feature in this channel, hasn't you, Leo? So I need to think of More players for him. We're nearly 300, 296. Just off the dome, 296 I'm quite proud of. But I do want to get more. I'm like a super competitive person. So I need to have more than that. Who was more players over in other leagues? Or like youth guys that I've like watched throughout the years. Trying to think the Europe's elite rankings that I have worked on recently. What's his fucking name? I've had like a big mental gap. Sam White. Didn't click. Sam White. He's going to join here. Raul Khalifa. Yes. Kevin. Another Yui guy. Aztec guy. Let me go on my Instagram again. So Kevin Benson. Kevin Adams. There we go. Sorry, Kevin. Kevin Kaya as well, just signed to the Frankfurt team as their French receiver. That's 300 down, 700 to go, which is quite a daunting thing. Atia Asiki. Yes. I'm going to cut that now. But Atia, dear DB. Leo, yep, got Leo. Thanks, Jamal. Atia was, he was good. He signed to the Prague team late last year, and I don't think he did. No, he did play because the Prague defense is actually pretty solid. Like towards the end, said Diallo Landstrom. Who's the DB for Potsdam? Who's just joined Prague? And then Matthias Hollermus, at Denmark, Danish offensive lineman has also just joined Prague. Said Lawrence, again, I've said 100 times, all-star level player. Berlin, he used to be over there and has moved since to the Prague team. Said, Modest Puda, running back out of Milan, and was very solid behind Ali. I was actually more of a fan of Dwayne Irby. If I've not told, I know I've told that story before, but when I did work a little bit in Milan, I really wanted Dwayne Irby. And they wanted Ali, and they went with Ali, and Ali was awesome, so it's definitely a good signing. And I'm happy now that we got to see Irby in the GFL, the New York Lions, and they performed so well. That Peter Landstrom, thank you, yes, that's the one. I'm happy we get to see Dwayne there. Let me go for Jacob Smiley as well, running back, who's just joined New Yorker from the UK. UK have so many good running backs. I've said Glenn. I know Tommy Ware isn't UK, he's Irish, but the British Isles running backs. Said, who's my... I'm forgetting someone big in that running back room. I'm forgetting someone real big. Ooh, English running backs that aren't... Thrones also have Potsdam DB. Yes, they do. Yes, they do. Who's that British running back that I'm forgetting? It's not Dwayne, it's not Glenn, it's not Jacob, it's not Tom Jones. It's not any of those guys. I feel like I'm forgetting someone real big. Said Tappy. Sam Oram. Sam Oram. Is it Jones? It is Oram Jones, isn't it? Used to race with like Max Verstappen. If you don't know that, that's pretty crazy. Let me have a look. See if it is Jones. Samuel. I made that like Pokemon. It was one of my first edits I did. It's like a Pokemon edit, and it was with him as a Sunrise card. Let me go for Manny Acaro and Peter Dua, two of the guys who have some of the worst takes in English American football in the world. Max Gracie Osbrook just went to the Dresden team. They're doing a real good job, Dresden, of like getting in younger guys and developing them. We saw that with Tommy Wilson last season. He was excellent. We'll go for Austin Mitchell as well, the French team, the Paris Musketeers. receiver. Who almost wanted Paris Musketeers or actually Paris Saints? I actually preferred the Saints. It's a hot take, but I actually preferred the Saints name. It was kind of a weird. They released it for like a week and then backtracked, which was odd. Didn't really understand why they did that one. Let me go for Hercules Pistorius as well. London Blitz defensive end. Peter Landstrom, yes, thank you very much. 11 guys signed from the Pats to Potsdam for the 2024 season. Yeah. Crazy. That is crazy. Potsdam were obviously very successful with people like Genetry I've already mentioned. But I think that AJ Medins could be really solid out there. He's a receiver that people need. Summer Fons. Thank you, guys. Who just see, this is what's good. Is people will just say comments, and in my mind, it's just going to go crazy. Here's a fun fact: I'll go into the gym and I'll use a locker, and whatever locker number, like it is, I'll just think, oh, it's in this player's number. So that's how weird I am. That I think in terms of where I keep my possessions as player numbers in the league. I'm like. Put one in 18, I'm like, it's Fusion Clark. I'll put it in like fucking number 1 or number 11 now, Anti Mohandu. There you go. I just think of stuff like that. That's how like weird I am when it comes to this kind of stuff. Peter Lundstrom, I've had, yeah, that was a helpful one. Thank you guys. I really do need to put my phone on charge. But I don't have like a plug nearby. And my laptop last time I tried to do it like glitched the fuck out. Tyrese Johnson Fisher, yeah, got Tyrese, thank you. Got Tyrese. Got him. All good on that front. Who played with him in Berlin? There's a polar bear, that's like his at, who's just signed for Heltevik, but boy am I not gonna try and pronounce that name. If someone says it in, I'll try and give it a go, but that's a very hard name to pronounce that I'm going to absolutely butcher, because Nordic names are incredibly hard to pronounce as an English speaker. Well, I mean, I'm an English speaker, so everything's hard for me, because I don't know a second language, and most of the people I talk to in European American football know a second language, which makes me feel very sad, because I've never played in Germany. I'm like Jose Mourinho. I've never played in Germany or like at a high level. I've just got a good mind for scouting. I think that's one of the things that gives me a bit of an advantage. Don't come in with predispositions about what certain positions should be. But yeah, scouting, coaching, playing, 3 different worlds that I think a lot of people get confused. Like, you have to be a coach to be a good scout. You have to be a good scout to be a good coach. Disagree. Like, I think you can be good at one and not be good at another. But that's ramblings while I'm stuck on 312. Who else can I go for? I need to think of like jerseys, like iconic jerseys. Like number 1, I got Anthony, but who else wore number 1? Other than him and Tony Tate. I feel like there's a bunch of players I'm missing who wore number 1. Said Mario Williams. Said who I can't still think who the corner is that they signed for the Ryan Fire on defense. Max Parkinson is going to join that team as a rush. Excited to see how he does, because we've not seen him play some like the elite tackles, because obviously he went to Canada and did well over there, came back to UE and was dunking on all the players like Arthur Kingdom. He didn't dunk on Arthur Kingdom. Arthur Kingdom's just another player that came to my mind. But when he's playing against some of these tackles that are not in the same realm as him, he's going to be playing people who are infinitely better. It's going to be an interesting challenge to see how Max Parkinson deals with that. But he has his supreme athleticism, and I think that he can do it. Nicholas Gustav. So I think that he can certainly do that. I would like to see how he deals with like the improved Yannick Carrasco. Science Carrasco is definitely a player. Is it Yannick Carrasco? Yannick Meyer and Lewis Geyer. Let me get those out of the way. And AJ Carr and Otis Newbury. Why is it not? AJ Carr, Otis Newbury. Who is it? Is it Yannick? Or am I just thinking of someone completely different? Maybe I'm just thinking of someone completely different. But Carrasco Science is definitely a player. Carlos Carrasco. Yes. Counting it. Need more guys in that kind of range. We also quickly go back to the chat. Make sure nothing's going on. Elvis Nunez, Center for Dragons. I knew it would come to me eventually. Yep, knew that it would come to me eventually. Don't know why it took me so long. I think that was back in like 100 when I was thinking about Elvis Nunez. But he eventually came back to me. Matthew Daltrey, another center of the Vienna Vikings, said Luka Jokel. Have not said Alexander Milanovic, who is a fucking beast. One of the best tackles in Europe. The Austria lineman. Absolute fucking monster. Still, like, the surge receiver is still playing on my mind of who it was. Again, I got his face is in my head, and I still can't think who it is. Said the Platzgummer brothers. Said. Decisions. We're just trying to get more. It's always about like trying to map stuff in my head about numbers or jerseys, like colours. Like Mario London, you think 28, you think Cologne, and then he's gonna go to the USFL, but still counts. You think of players like JJ, I think 18. I've said Javarian Smith, but there's another Isaiah Weed at Potsdam. Not Potsdam. The fucking Rostock team, which is a big step up. I'm interested to see how he deals with that, because GFL 2 to fucking ELF is a huge step up. I don't think we've seen many players do that. Like, another pair of brothers in Austria. I've got the Platzgummers, I've got Lucky, and I've got Precious. So I think that's who you're talking about. But I've got Lucky and I've got Precious. I know that I've got those two. And I've got the Platzgummers. So I think that's the only two brothers. But there's also, I feel there's another brother connection in the league. Said Devin Burrell. Yeah, there is a third. Joel Bergvall these days. East Kent Mavericks. East Kent fucking Mavericks. Jeez. I don't know, but that's made me think of Joe Hamilton and Landra Imbino, who is going to be a very interesting player to see where he lands. Because Landa is Spanish. Played with Pride. I think that he's going to count as an English player. If he was in the ELF, I think he'd count as an English player. 3 Austrian brothers, Paris of brothers. Fuck. Another Austrian set of brothers. Interesting. See, LFP know everything, so now I've got to they're like, the Taskmaster, or and that's probably a British show, or like the Riddler from Batman. I feel like Yellowipedia is just like the Riddler from Batman. It's just giving me hints of players. Backs. Oh, I got the vegans. I got Anton. I got Florian. I know Anton pretty well, so I've got Anton. But that is actually very helpful. Thank you. And then who's the tight end that played for the Cardinals? Austrian dude. I'm forgetting that one as well. Paul Cypher also is a player. Said Carl Kitchens. Said Ernst Gosman. Said Ludwig and Emil. Who else on that Thunder team? They had a really good set of receivers that I've went through. It's alright, yeah, no worries. We're at 327, so we've said quite a few guys now, so I've got to remember who I've gone with and who I'm missing and stuff like that. But we've been through a lot. We have been through a lot, but Flo, I think, is back at the Dacia team, which is good, and Anton, I don't think he's playing this year. I don't think Anton's playing this year. But who else is on that like Vikings youth team? There's Sibolix, I think is how you say his name, but he's Austrian Hungarian. But I'm not going to count that just yet. But I also might get a tab up of like Europe's elite players in a minute as well to help me out. Because I've said a few of the guys, but I think I've got to think of more in that like class of 25, class of 26 European guys who are going to be going to college that aren't like all in the academy. Because I've named a couple of the academy guys. What's like my percentage? Diego Ronaldo, you can be 328, my brother. There you go. Because I said Alex Ferrari. So sorry for the delay, Diego, but you can come in at 328. Italians, said Lele, said Dijon Lynch, who is obviously not Italian, but point still stands. Said Luke Zarelka. Said Demir Sek, said Sarah, said Flores Calderon, said Puda, said quite a lot of the Italian boys. There you go, appreciate it. Anton's coach, there we go. Big up Anton. I do like Anton, he's a very, very good guy. Who else in that group chat? That's for me. No, it's not disrespectful, brother. We're up to 3. If you weren't in it at 1,000, then fair enough. But, you know, Alex and I have talked a little bit and he helped me with pronunciations of some of the names for the Italian team, like, predictions. So, Ferrari. And also his name's fucking Ferrari. Like, how I like F1 and stuff like that as well. So that was just, you know, how is it you can't forget someone who's called fucking Alex Ferrari? Like, that's kind of hard to do. But there's a running back for the backup running back for Florence too, who tore up the GB under-19 team that one time. That was pretty spectacular what he did. Can't remember his name in a moment. I don't think it'll come to me. The most famous Italian league in the league. Oh, Jordan Bua. Fuck yeah. Of course, yeah. How did I forget Jordan Bua? How the hell did I forget Jordan Bua at 329? That's kind of mad. Yeah, fuck. Jordan Bua not being mentioned until... See, there you go, Diego. You were before Jordan Bua. And that's... Yeah, he was drafted to the CFL with the Red Blacks. So that's, like... You were before him, so... Bellestri. What's his first name? Like, he's seriously, like, a good-ass fucking player. Like, he's severely underrated. And I know he's, like, a smaller running back. But he deserves, like, so much more respect than what he gets. I don't think people know about him that much, but he's seriously a good player. Alberto Adechi. You're above Alberto Adechi. I'm thinking, talk of a guy who's really who was Italian, played in the... Oh, can that... No, Graham Gano didn't play in the thing. Not a practice squad or... Italian. Italian NFL players. I'm gonna like feel like an idiot when you say it and I don't get it. But I got back to Adechi. Let me think of more of that like Florence offensive line. There's someone else I'm forgetting. The one who went to Graz and he played for Florence and he went into the ELF like a little bit. But he's like super versatile. Robert Marquez, Macaj. He was a very good player that could be another ELF level guy, I think. Italian NFL player. That's a bit of a challenge. It's a very big challenge. Again, I'm going to feel like an idiot when I don't get it. Which is a shame. I also need to like find a place where I can put my charger. So I'm going to go and do that. I'm going to put my microphone down for a second. I hope it doesn't freeze. And I'm going to put my phone on charge and try and get like the YouTube tile over like here. Is that on? Yeah, that's all good. I can like put that over here. Just the stream. I can still see the chat. Start with the 49ers. Italian played in the 49ers. Italian played on the 49ers. I know with the Titans. Damn. Who am I forgetting? This one's quite big. This one's quite a big player. Sorry to whoever I'm forgetting, but I'm like 300 down. So I'm like, I'm kind of forgetting a few people, I'm sure. Who I could go with. There's a couple of NFL guys who've actually ended up playing in Italy. I mentioned Chris Durham, but he's certainly not the only one. Steve Hagan, he wasn't a player, so I'm not going to count him, but he's now the head coach of the academy. He was a player that he was a coach who went over to Italy as well. There's quite a lot of ex-NFL guys. Like people talk about, we had Matt Colt, the Falcons. I've got Darblay. That's two I can think of. Linebackers, fuck. Who the hell am I? You'll have to spoil it in a minute because I'm like scratching my own eyes out at this point. Because we talk about all the NFL caliber receivers we have in the ELF these days. Like Italy, low-key has had like NFL draft picks in the league for a few years. So the ELF is amazing. I love the ELF to bits, and without it, I would have a lot less to do. But it's not like the best league that's ever had. Did Doug Flutie play in not the ELF? Did Doug Flutie play in Europe? I know he played in Canada, but he might have played in Europe. That might be a bit of a flyer, but I'm not so sure. I'm drinking a lot of Coke today as well. That I've got my 7 left, so we're all good. Who was in? Still got a couple quarterbacks I haven't said. There's Bias. I think that's him at number 12 for the Paris team. He used to play for Berlin. Rapid guy. He's someone I'm forgetting the last name of. That I would like to remember, but can't. Which I feel bad. It begins with a K, I think. Said Marcel Dabo. You thinking with these Paris guys? Nicholas Occult. You count that? Gosh, cow. Oh my gosh, Yellowipedia, you're teasing me. That sounds mad heroic. I'm so close, but so far. I think you're going to say it. Imagine if you say it and I don't know who it is. That would be kind of embarrassing, but I feel like that could happen. If it's an OG, older player that I'm blanking on, then that'd be kind of tough. There's quite a few college guys that I have not remembered. Digant Gomez, he played at college for the French team. He played in the Caribbeans, where Kevin Carles actually played at as well. Quite a lot of French guys go to the U Sports League, which makes sense. Jules Baram, the quarterback for the academy team, he's just gone over to CFL, the U Sports League. So congratulations to him. Belgian quarterback. We've got Belgium covered in this now. There's so many guys I'm forgetting. There are so many guys I'm forgetting at the academy. And in Pride and everywhere. But I do apologise if I am forgetting you. Then it is not malicious. I'm just trying to get 1,000 player names. Take some time. For sure. I would like to get up to 400. Whether or not I'm going to be able to get to 400 is a different story. But we're trying, and that's what matters most, right? We're doing I feel like we've done pretty bloody well. For 334, I think it's pretty fucking good. We aren't career. Oh my gosh, fullback. Oh, also, Jakob Johnson, the German fullback, who partly owns a Surge. That was a good remembering there. And then they had the Italian that played for the Rams and Detroit, but I can't remember who that is. Also, Emmanuel Okoye at Tennessee Titans. Not Tennessee Titans, the Tennessee Volunteers. And Clinton Zumbe, another one of the Nigerian boys over at the academy. Luke Waygale, I think. Nathan Gale, Stephen Milan, also two guys play for UE. Dominic Behrens, Italian. Is it a kicker or a fullback or a punter? It's got to be one of those guys, right? It's got a career and it's $900,000 basically, but that's like a pretty long career. That's at least 2, 3, 4, 5 years, even if his position isn't exactly paid particularly well. So that's kind of a tough one. Oof. I'm also forgetting, like, somebody of the UE guys. Kicker. Italian kicker. I don't know. I actually don't know. That's kind of tough. I mean, I've even forgotten the name of the Berlin kicker that they signed. What is it? Matt Eberhaus? I can't remember his name. They signed for the Lions. But that's kind of mad. If you put his name in, I'll say it. But I'm out of that one. I think I'm out of that one. Which is tough. I need to go on the. How can I get to 400? That's the thing. I've won it. I've said at 200 and I've got to 341. I want to just go until I physically am like stunted for 10, 15 minutes and can't do it, which I'm not at that point yet. So I feel like I kick myself if I don't go as far as I could. Born in Milan. Lots of players are born in Milan. The Wikipedia, man. Like Florence and Milan have been good for years. Torino have been pretty good this year. The Dolphins have been real solid. Like the Connor Dolphins have been awesome. They got that number 20 with a really long name that I'm not going to try and pronounce. Who's been tearing it up, but he's not the only one that's been tearing it up. They have other players, just can't remember some of them, which is a shame. More guys in Huey that I'm forgetting. There's definitely a few. There's a lot that I'm forgetting at Huey. I've been there for 2 years, and that's like, 90 players? And I've definitely not been to 90 players from Huey. That's for damn sure. So I still got quite a few to go through there. But I'm sure at some point they will come to me, and I shall remember, and I shall feel silly for not getting them. Divine Thomas, outside linebacker that played for them, yes, a lot. Maybe one player was an active NFL player. Is an active ELF player. He is active for 2 teams. It was Felly, but I can't remember Felly's full name. But he definitely wasn't in the NFL. Active NFL player from Italy. I'm like dead. I don't know. Like there's quite a few guys who are like English or British, and a couple of the German guys and Austrian dudes in the league. Like Bada, I can't remember his first name, so I've not got him on. But a Washington defensive lineman, I haven't got him on. Who am I just remembering that played for the academy? Because a lot of the guys I'm going to name are from the academy, because I didn't do that long ago, and it's just interesting for me to study the academy, as I do think they're going to be a top 100 team. I think they beat the brakes off of Pride with Didi. I can't remember Didi's name, but he's a seriously talented running back. Maybe played linebacker. I'm not so sure. He's lengthy. Be interesting to see how he develops. Matt McGonaugh played for Akron. He's a British tight end. Said Sadu. Henry Roland, I said, but I didn't say Joe Christian. So he can come in. And I didn't say someone like Ewan, but I can't remember Ewan's last name. And Leon too. Like Leon, the UE linebacker, I just can't pronounce his last name, so I'm like not giving it to myself, which sounds horrible. Victor Wright, another outside, like another linebacker for you. He's seriously good. I think he would fit like really well into a European team, but he's American, so he doesn't, get the, it's a lot more restrictive. I really like what Finland did. Chris Green. I really like what Finland did, where they allowed an American offensive lineman in. I think that's quite interesting. I think that could potentially be something we see European League of Football teams do. Potentially. I mean, kind of a hard one because, like, do you bring in American offensive linemen that's going to make the other teams better, like the other offensive linemen better by teaching them stuff, like Joe Thomas, but obviously he's not a player, so. Or do you just keep it all European, try and develop the European talent? That's kind of a hard one, I think, that is going to take quite a lot of people that are more educated than me to discuss, but would be interesting if I could be in the discussion for some of the rule sets. But let's be real, the ELF are not going to let me decide any of the rules. It would be funny, but I don't think they're going to let me. What's his name? I'm thinking a bunch of Crusader players now. It just popped into my head and then left again, which has happened quite a lot in this live stream / recordings. It's going to be staying on my channel anyway, so it's just being recorded live of me having like a very slow and painful experience trying to name all these guys. Oh, we're getting calls now, which is not fun, but I cannot actually physically answer that, so I'm going to have to like wait on that one and let that ring. But let me think while that phone rings. But I can't answer it in the middle of a live stream. That would be very bad. And as far as I'm aware, it's just about me writing stuff for AFI, which I can think now, but as I've written about in AFI, and do that before I got to get to 350 at least. Tyler Harvey Fallows, another Manchester player who went to Troy as a D1 player at offensive line. Tobias Rodlinger, yep, Austrian, played for Berlin last year. Supremely underrated. Like, people don't talk about Tobias Rodlinger, but I think he's a very solid player. Who else I got? DeJohn Owens. I haven't fucking mentioned DeJohn Owens. Like, he's awesome. How'd I leave DeJohn Owens at 350 nearly, 349? I was talking all about Cologne. I didn't even mention DeJohn Owens. I know I've got Chad. I've said Blair. I've said Perez, the D-tackle, the Cuban, D-tackle, German Cuban. There's a lot of like Germans and Brazilians as well. Like that, I was surprised before I started scouting American football how many German Brazilians there actually are. Like Lucas Harding Canedo, who I already mentioned, being one of them. Jesper Friss, also I've already mentioned. Silva Gomez, what's his first name? Linebacker for Frankfurt. I cannot remember his fucking name. Retired, and now I can't. Sebastian Günther. Can't think of his name, which is frustrating. But got to 350. I think soon I can probably phone a friend in the ELF and go through a few of their players. But maybe we go for that now. Oh, it was Sebastian Silva Gomez. So I said Sebastian Silva Gomez, and then said Sebastian Günther, and then it didn't make that connection. Well, I appreciate it. Yeah, Sebastian Silva Gomez. He was beast. I've got Will Nasri. I've got Günther. I've got Hugo. So that's like the linebacker core for the last few seasons. Darren Okugawa. Again, I'm butchering that, but the nickel that played for Cologne is now going to play for Frankfurt. He's someone I was going to do a video about, but just ran out of time. Like, I collected quite a bit of the tape, but as I mentioned before, those evals take a lot of time. They don't really get. Florian LaRose. Don't get Dusan or Ivanovic. Don't get that many views, but they are fun to make. Like, that's kind of the Flimazimon. I make a lot of those videos just because Maris Kenzie. I'm like such a fucking weird person. Yeah. So I make those videos and they don't get a ton of views, but they are like they're good fun to make, and I think they give me a bit more of a portfolio around like Murillo Silva and Poly Sacramento. Like, they just give me more reach. Like, I think if someone wants to see some of my scout work, because a lot of people don't know that I actually do scouting for it, and people will call me about, I need this, I need that, I need this, from different places. But someone who's just visiting the channel today, for example, doesn't know that I do scouting, they can see in some of my work and see that I've actually been scouting for a long time. So people like Marco Schneider, I have a video from him fucking 4 or 5 years ago. I got most of my subscribers doing like MMA content and just like making MMA hype reels, but that was good. That's stuff that I did during COVID that was just available. It's just James Green. It's actually 2 James Greens. There's James Green that played from Solent, and there was another James Green who was a receiver. They both played at Pride, and one was called Fast James Green and one was called Slow James Green. If you remember that from like the OG Pride days. So that was 2 people from there. So I'm going to count both of them because I can. Alex Baldry, another receiver tight end from Manchester. Used to play at Lane, played like at Laney. The Juco? Laney or Juco? The one that was on the show, the guy with the moustache. There's a lot of other players. Ovi, another player that I like, but cannot remember his last name. But players think number 8 for Pride. Had a real solid game against the NFL Academy. But the NFL Academy, they started running at Pride a bunch of trick plays. And like, it just wasn't effective. They're having like linebackers come in, like Fermi, who I mentioned, who was playing like every snap like possible. And I think he was the most efficient when they just started throwing a lot of trick plays and stuff like that. I just had someone pop into my head. Ben Lax. Like, they were throwing a lot of plays and it just wasn't Dan Spafford. And it just wasn't really working very well for them. And they kept trying it. They had like fake punts. They had like jet receiver throws. And it just wasn't like effective at all. And they kept going back to it. Nathan Webb. They kept going back to it. Nathan Willis. And it just didn't click. They never really got in the game. They did score late, which surprised a few people. Me and Khaled. Khaled said that they weren't going to score, and I agreed. Pre-game, I wrote down 47-0 was the score that I predicted, but it wasn't far off. But it wasn't incredibly accurate. Omar Fall, the French receiver that plays for like Stockholm. Even more Danube players. I feel like I'm not naming enough like Danube players. Destiny. Can't remember Destiny's last name, but he's a serious talent from the Danube team. Seriously, a freak defensive lineman. I'm really surprised that like he hasn't been not poached, but like being offered like a pretty lucrative contract, because he's that good of a player at defensive line, and that's what both Austrian teams need. Is it Jared Mittendorfer? I'm going to count anyway, but Mittendorfer is definitely a player for the Raiders team. But said Jarvis, said pretty much all their receivers in their tight end. Who else we got from the Raiders? Is it Darian Chafin? Is it Darian Chafin? Did he play as a receiver? I'm not going to count Alex Jenkins. I am going to count as a product British defensive lineman. Spent some time with the Saints through the IPP. We need a 2022 Academy versus Bristol game. That would be fun. Like Bristol. So a lot of people like Henry Ives Laos, yeah, that counts. Was talking a lot like, oh yeah, they said this and they said that and tagged me in it. It was funny. Like I'm not like butthurt about it. It was funny. About like Bristol gets smoked by this and that and this and that. When the Academy played Bristol, obviously it was too late. Like Bristol weren't competitive. Bristol last great year. Could argue maybe like Jasper Dujuma. Did I say Jasper? I feel like I said Jasper. The last like great year for Pride is like 2018, 2019, and then after that, obviously the Academy got made in like 2019, 2020. And took a lot of the most talented players. And of course, Bristol isn't that big of a city. Of course, I've lived there all my life. And I do love the city. But for the guys who come in London, it's just a different level of like player pool. And we had quite a lot of guys come over from Holland. We had a lot of guys. It was basically, it was the NFL Academy before the NFL Academy was a thing. But by the time Freddie Pelling and other players in the academy is in the player pool of transfers. By the time the Academy played Pride, it was too late. I wish we could have seen like a 2018-19 Pride team versus what it is now for the Academy. Don't get me wrong, the Academy absolutely would have won. Like I have no doubt about it. Eric, who I'm kind of blanking on his last name, Swedish, played at West Virginia, was an absolute fucking monster. But was he enough as a walk-on defensive one player, like to play against people like Matty Kruger and Kevin Benton and Mershak and all those defensive players now? I'm not so sure. Whereas on the counterpart, you take all the guys like Khaled, yourself, Samuel, and think about Apollo. Cannot remember Apollo's last name. Fuck. A DB core. And a linebacker, they had a bunch of guys that I can't remember. Yeah, Tom Jones at running back. They had Maurice Baker. They had who went to the Kings afterwards. They had that running back, Portuguese dude, I think he was. He was really fast, and that would have been interesting because a lot of people forget Ruben Depoisis. Ruben. He didn't like me very much, so Ruben didn't like me very much. I remember when I did some of my Elite Britain, people don't know that I did the Elite Britain page, and that was something I did during COVID to keep myself busy and to like practice editing. I'd never picked up Photoshop before, and then I picked it up, started editing. And Ruben didn't like the fact I made a comparison with the NFL Academy and with Pride. And then when that game got brought up again, they reused the edit. It was like 4 years old. And I was like, that edit was old as fuck. Like, it was Jamoy that shared, Jamoy Stewart Sinclair that I've already put on the thing, shared it, and I was like, this is an old, like, throwback picture. But a lot of people didn't like that one. And then Will Wright, and because two Will Wrights both played the same position in the same team, it was just two different guys. And Kevin Larrea. So Kevin Larrea and Will Wright were like the number one tight end class. And it just started like a whole fucking beef with the two teams. And then after that, I was like, this is fucking... I remember I was working in like a Wetherspoons. I was a manager in a Wetherspoons when that happened. And like my phone was just going off and off and off and off. People were like legit threatening each other over a fucking ranking thing that I made. So that was kind of mad. But Kevin Larrea, I thought, was such a fucking beast. And fuck. That's sort of another player then. Elvis Webster. Like, Kevin Larrea I thought was going to be what Peter Clark is. They're both phenomenal. I've already mentioned Peter Clark on this one. But, yeah, Kevin I thought was going to be so good. I know he's not exactly a 2020 player, but I think he might have been there for... Is it Walter Dabo? I might be wrong on that one. The running back that I mentioned earlier, the fast guy. I might be wrong. Shane Boyce, I'm going to put him in there. He was another player that played back in the day, so a lot of like commentary. He's doing so well for himself. Like, he's doing awesome. David Nzinion, linebacker of London Warriors. Jai Jackson. How the fuck have I not mentioned Jai Jackson until 379? What the fuck? Um, yeah, that was a bit of a tangent, but this has kind of just turned into a bit of a mini podcast now. Not mini, it's like 1 hour 45. So I could be here for several hours. Yeah, Jared Jackson. I would like to see him produce a little bit more because he got a lot of pressures last year. I think I mentioned it on the Dragons one about how he's a player that you need to look more at the stats on because I don't think he was used entirely correctly. And Jai is good. Jai is a talented player. Just needs the right scheme. He's been unlucky when he was with the Surge and they were a very good team, and he was with Cologne and they had a good front seven, but they didn't exactly have the best offense that could cater to that. And I was at Barcelona, who I'm not a massive fan of Barcelona. They do have Levi Lewis, and how the hell I went so far without mentioning Levi Lewis, and Paul Jacob, and other players in that team. Said who have they got at defense? They've got what's his name? He played for the Stainless Steel Warriors, and it's the coach's son, Dominique Shelton. Boo. What is it boo about then, Khaled? You know, you're a very outspoken person, so. Oh, the Barcelona, maybe it's Barcelona thing, I'm not so sure. That's what I'm talking about, maybe it's the academy thing, but. Dragons, who else they got on the team? They've got, because they signed Paul from the Kings. They got Levi, who was at the Seahawks and the Cajuns. Who's the receiver for? Oh, Imani Donatelli. I think that's how you pronounce his name. For the Dragons. And then you got the Phil Jackson. Tariq Phil Jackson. The receiver from Prague. Who, I'm not a fan of arena football, so I do want to see how he does, because I don't like arena football like much at all, to be completely and utterly honest. I'm not a massive fan of it's really small, you get like a run and start, you know. Yeah, Akeem. I said Akeem. No, who am I thinking of? I'm thinking of the El Gami brothers, but there's I don't know, am I forgetting this one? That he's just had, but I talked about him on a fucking NFL Academy video. Akram Hakimi. And oh, I'm so sorry to who I'm forgetting. It'll come back to me. Yeah, I'm sure it will. So what was I talking about? Barcelona Dragons players and their imports. Mushne, but I can't like really pronounce or remember last name or first name rather, so I'm not going to count that one just yet, but I will count it perhaps later in the process, because we're coming up to 400, and if I can get 400 I'll be happy, but if I can get 500 then I'll be really, really happy, because 385 off the dome is fucking good. Like, struggle to think of many people who could name 385 players. I know it's taking me 2 hours to do it. I don't care. That's impressive. Who am I forgetting? Forgetting some big people. Forgetting some real big people. I'm sure there's a lot of people that will come to mind, or I'll read and I'll be like, of course, I don't get that one. But for now, I am stumped. A few players come from Washburn University. Quite a few guys come from Washburn. I can name 15 more guys. I can do 15 more guys. I really can. Darren Agu. What the fucking hell did I forget about Darren Agu? And Linus Zunk. Oh my god. 2 Vanderbilt boys. And Hiro Kanu. And Jamal Hanel. He's like at Santa Margarita. I'm kind of counting. He went to Santa Margarita. He's like the same. Well, he's not the same as Hero, but he's like the same position, the same school, same country. It's Hero. Uh, how the hell did I like just randomly just get people like Linus and Darren, former NFL Academy player Darren Agu, who is at Vanderbilt with Linus. And there's other guys at that Reuben Gap school. Like Reuben Gap, if you don't know, is like incredibly influential for European American football. That's why I wanted them to play academy. So back in like they won a state, they came second in Georgia in 2 consecutive years. One of those years, they had 60% of their team was European. 60% of their team European. Like from an American high school in Georgia, second in the whole state, and it was made up of 60% Europeans. I don't think many people can really fathom that. Like that's insane. Like how many Europeans they had, and they still came second in the championship with like just Europeans, you know. So that was Reuben Gap's amazing, and I love what they've like built for the culture over there. Victor Amor-Dion was one of those. He used to play as a receiver for them, and I was at Hamburg. Said Aruba at Hamburg. Said there's a lot of people at Hamburg. I'm forgetting. I have not mentioned very many people at Hamburg at all, to be completely honest. Hamburg this season are going to be kind of, but they were like last year. They were kind of around, but like they're kind of like Fire have always beaten Galaxy, and I feel like the Hamburg is just kind of like below the Galaxy in the totem pole. I'll probably offend a bunch of people by saying that, but the Sea Devils have, I know they went to the championship a few times and they lost both of them, which is unfortunate, but like now they're like not as great. There's still some more guys that I'm forgetting they're in college. There's a lot of guys who I'm forgetting they're in college, which is a shame, because I would like to mention those guys because they deserve the utmost respect. Because I've mentioned it before, like we're getting all the guys in like Andrea Bottella Moreno who like went to D1 or D2 or D3 schools, have come back, played in Europe for a few seasons and had success, and now we're getting guys go over like Darren, like Daniel Akinkunbi, people like that, who they're going to be in college for a few years and then they leave and perhaps they come back. Some of them go to the NFL, IPP, some of them, like Bam, who I can't remember his full name, so I'm not going to count him, the Raiders one, played for Utah. And it's just really exciting. Like, it's such an exciting time to be an American football fan in Europe. We got younger guys in the NFL Academy that I've mentioned a lot. The new generation. We get people come in like Raul Khalifa, who I talked about, Tobias Gottenberg, and Felician Vesicenta. I can't pronounce Felician's name. I'm sorry. I'm going to count it though. He played for the Carthage Lions. He's a beast. Grass Giant. I can think of some more Grass Giants too. Raphael I'm not gonna try. Raphael played for Vienna this season. He's gonna come in as this season. He's like a receiver running back. I actually got to see him in Europe. Lucas Holleb. I got to see him in the European Championships when I went over there in 2022 with Caleb. That was really, really cool. Showed me around Austria. Got to see all the elite. Some of those Swedish guys, some of those French dudes, and that was such an elite level Austrian team. Like, it was so good. And Raphael, I think, was one of the better ones on the whole team. I think he won the MVP for at least one of those games. But I know his name. It's just I can't pronounce it, and I can't articulate. I can't even try and pronounce it at the moment, unless like someone puts in chat or I see it in a minute when I look on their roster. There's definitely a few Graz players I'm forgetting, because Graz are a big team. Shit. I should know more Austrian players. I really should. Should know a lot more Dutch as well. But I have named quite a lot of the Austrian players, actually. I say that. I have named a lot of Austrian players. I'm still not done. Who is next on my list. Good job this is not top 1,000. Can you imagine if this was a top 1,000? I had Darren Agu like below some of the people who were like Kuda level. No offense to guys at Kuda level, but let's be honest. There's levels. There's definitely some guys. I talked about Ben Stringer, talked about Joe Lamb, talked about Lele. Like Lele as well deserves such a special shout out. Like he was my first DB like as a player, and like coaching him at UAB, and then of course I went to UE, then he went to UE like a year after, and I was in Milan, which is fucking so sick for him. Yoruba, what's his name? 26, played for Milan. Also Ali Said played for Milan, and Amir Kalani played for France, or the Paris team rather, and then it's not Evans Yoruba something played 26 for him, can't remember. That's a shame. And then they got that defensive lineman, because the Milan team was defensive wise was not great, and he had number 8. Oh my god, Stewart, but not like it's not Daryl Stewart. Dijon Stewart. Not pick out. I'll count it maybe later. And he had Ali, then they had Marquise, who I mentioned. He had Diego. He had the defensive lineman who used to play for the Lazio team. But I can't remember his name either. That's escaped me. And then they had Igor, who I can't remember his last name. He was like the Croatian, I think. Italian defensive tackle. Francesco Ronco. He's in there. They lost a bunch of guys. They lost Zip Franco. Not Francesco Franchi, the tight end that came in to replace Daniel Marshall, that I've already got on the list. Yeah, Flores they had a really solid receiver group in Milan. I actually really liked the receiver group they had. They had Luke, and they had quarterback I'm forgetting who's now at Torino, who I mentioned. We are so close to 400. It's like really annoying. I can definitely get to 400 without. Like, I know I have a lot left. That's the thing. I don't want to like cheat it and like cut it short. Like, who gives a fuck? I'm here. I'm like doing this. Like, I take a lot of inspiration from my work, and see, that's why I'm mentioning this kind of stuff, because every now and then a player will just pop into my head. I watch a lot of art. Alex Washington. He's a Harvard grad that played with Boston College and went to UE this season for a bit. And I watch a lot of art critique videos and art essays on music, on film, on physical paintings and drawings and stuff like that. And I watch it and I articulate certain things I see in those videos. I try and replicate that into my scout reports, which I've mentioned a little bit before in the channel, and that's something I take a lot of inspiration from. Is also stuff like this, where I'm just talking to a camera for 2 hours with like endurance art. Like this, I'm not being this pretentious, I promise. Yeah, the receiver, Milano wide receiver, was insane. They had John last season. Who they have? They had Markel the year before that. But like endurance art has always fascinated me. But like the artist that clocked in every hour of his life for a year, insane stuff. And this isn't what this is. Obviously, I'm talking to a screen for 2 hours. Not exactly endurance art, but I think it's something to, it's something a part of my life. Revealing more of my lore is that I'm just a big artist fan and I enjoy watching a lot of stuff in art. And is that a bit pretentious? Perhaps. But fuck it. Yeah, Milan guys. I think I've named quite a lot of Milan guys. I know. I'm still thinking. I still can't think of Yaboa's name. The 26. I know. No, I can't think. I got Evans Yoruba in my head, but obviously that's not the same guy. But you are right. The receiver So they got Patrick Carr, of course, who I mentioned, but they can't. I don't think they have the run blocking. Like, I love Tommy, but Tommy's not exactly an elite run blocker. Neither is Flores Calderon. And I think they're going to struggle running the ball. Like, the front seven is good. They got the Brazilians, who I mentioned already. And they've missed out on a lot of fucking Italian guys. Alberto Iodeci's not there. Like, Ronco isn't there. Mentioned on already. Like, they just, I think, lack that style of football. I don't know, man. I just don't think it's the best fit. I'm sure Patrick Carr is an excellent running back. Like, I don't think I'm going to ever doubt that he's a elite level running back. Like, he played fucking D1 football. But is it maybe an interesting decision? I still can't think of Shane's name, and he was the only player that played for Kings, and he played at running back there. And that was all. You had Madre London, Jock Crawford the first year. And that, like, worked, but to an extent. But Lance Iota. But you think of players who I think are 2021 signings. Like, guys who would work in 2021 that wouldn't necessarily work in 2024. Because we've seen so much development in this league in 3 years. Don't have 2 tight ends that are going to be blocking for Carr yet. So they got Franchi, who I think is Franchi, or Francesco something. I can't remember. And I can't remember their other tight end either, which isn't great. It was Dejan Stewart, wasn't it? Elofopedia number 8, Dejan Stewart, that played safety for Milan. Like, that was his name, right? It wasn't Daryl Stewart, it was Dejan, I think. Sorry, man, if you do watch this and me just stumbling over your name, I do apologise. I think he just got married, so congratulations to him. That's it, AJ Mealing, whoever he said. Leonardo Franchi. Yes, I thought I fucking knew who that was. So he came in, he did actually really well. Like, he was a big surprise how well he did. Who else I got? 400. Who can be my 400th player? Yes. Dijon Edwards Stewart. Counting it. You can be my 400th. I don't think I put that in a second ago. Did I put that in a second? Have I miscounted? I don't think I miscounted. Yeah, he was good. He's a hard-hitting fucker. Played for the Cologne Crocodiles with Aaron fucking Jackson and Jarvis. Like, that Cologne team was really, really good. And they're like in that 8th division or something like that. They got kind of fucked over by, like, financial stuff, I think, but allegedly. So I'm not really sure, what we'll see from the Cologne Crocodiles in the future, but I do hope we do see them again, because they're an iconic team, and it would be interesting to see how they develop over the next few years. There's a lot of the young guys. What's his name? The running back, Chris. He plays for Berlin Adler, and he's just went to their senior team, and he's like 225, like 6 foot tall, just fucking power back. He's someone to keep an eye out on. Chris, what's his fucking name? I think it's definitely Chris. I think it's Chris. But he's seriously someone people need to take an eye on. I actually recommended him to a few teams before he signed to Berlin. Because he's obviously a product of their youth system. There's a lot of players and a product of that youth system in the Adler and the Panther. I thought it was on my door then. The Panther, of course, of Bruce Isaac Abraham. A guy you're going to want to keep an eye out over there. He could be in the Rhine Fire in like 2 years. 3 years, maybe. He had a fullback. And he had a linebacker that I can't remember the names of. But 402, not bad. Not bad at all. And Matt Kruger came from Berlin too. Like, he was someone I was like talking to some people that I knew in the NFL Academy. And I was like, this Matt Kruger guy's pretty fucking good. They're like, yeah, no, we got him. So fair enough. Coming over next week. So yeah, he's a seriously good player that I think deserves a little bit more. Do you want to? Hassan Samir played at Ribbon Gap as tight end. Well, he went over as a quarterback, then he was a tight end. Josh Wake, Gateshead, massive. A couple guys came from Gateshead that were like pretty good, including Justin Glowat. So that's like another. Those 3 guys came through In one tiny little area of England, like one that's went to, I think, Peru State as a quarterback. I think he's just transferred, but like he was there. And guy who has I think he's got a Long Island offer, and Josh Wake, who played for Leeds, who is, a solid player. But Leeds had their whole thing. Their head coach just stepped down. I mentioned about Arthur Kingdom. I've mentioned about Harry Sarah. They have another guy that signed into GFL too, but I can't remember his name. Oscar, is it Olcorn? Oscar Olcorn's definitely a player. That's a name that's just popped into my head. I've said Sam White already. I want to get some representation for some of the younger guys that you need to be watching out for. Just that, I think that'd be good to do. And then when they succeed, I can recall this video. Be like, look, I knew they were going to be sick all along, That's the plan. And we're nearly halfway. And we will, the second half of this video is going to go a lot quicker than the first half. But 406 off the dome, I am happy with. But I'm not quite. Cam Hilton. I think I've said Cam Hilton. Cam Hilton. He was the Paris safety. I had a really high grade on him too. Like when he came in, I think he was from Missouri. I had a real high grade on Cam Hilton. I thought he was going to be a stud. I think he got injured for Paris, which is a shame. But I thought he was a stud. Seriously, really, really, really good. Who have Paris got now at defensive backs? I think might have mentioned them. They got Maceo, obviously. I'm forgetting another one. I'm getting a couple of those. Mamadou Sai. I'm forgetting Mamadou Sai. I'm forgetting a couple of those Paris guys. I've got people like Degan Gomez, and there's another guy that I'm forgetting. 44 or 4. I know that Degan is one of them. I'm trying to think of the other. I've said Kilani. I've said Beard. Who are the Americans on defense for Paris? I feel like I know this, but I just can't get it. Like, I'm blanking on who I've got. Oh, Daniel McKenzie. Let me just put Daniel McKenzie in. Another former AFI. Brad Duff. Like, shout out to all my AFI guys. For sure. And sorry it took me this late to remember that I work. Technically, I guess. Sorry it took me so long. Brad, obviously quarterback, and McKenzie, linebacker. There's more Blitz players and there's more Warriors players that I am forgetting a lot of. Let me think. This is another good thing about one of my old jobs. I used to work with children, and one of those children was mute. So I got really, 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 really good at just talking to nothing. Talking to a screen, talking to a camera, talking to anything, talking to the room. I was really good at that. I used to have to do that for like 8-10 hours a day. Dawson Dales, of course. Yeah, I got really good at just talking. So this, like, my whole working in the school has led up to this moment right here. Me sitting in front of a screen, naming players. I can probably take my phone off charge now. I think I could probably do that. So I'm going to go do that real quick. Darian Conrad, another player that joined UE late. Receiver. Ow, fuck, just kicked the fucking table. Speaking of Darian Conrad, I've got who else was it? So many players I'm missing for that UE team. If any of them ever see this, gonna be so mad. And the Paris DB, I'm like forgetting. I got Dawson. Timmy Nuka, Finnish linebacker. seriously should have been like an all-star considerate last season. He's not playing the year left out this year. He's gone back. He's like still being in education, so I think he's gone back to Finland. But like, damn, that fucking guy can play football. Like number 4 for the Panther last year. Seriously underrated player. Like one of my favorite linebackers, and he was last year. He was everywhere. Paris DB. I cannot think. Also trying to think of like the Yui guys. So Darius is my name now, but that's St. Robinson, who I've really got down. I've got Tariq Robinson down as well. Still trying to do that. Panthers. I've got like so many different things going on in my head. Like the Panthers quarterback from like I think it's O'Driscoll or O'Connor. It's like an Irish name, and he was like solid. Like people don't talk about him that much when it comes to like ELF history, but he was someone that is Adam Larry, defensive back. Ben Strait, another defensive back of the Panthers and the Vikings respectively. Xavier Edwards, fucking Weapon X. I didn't forget about Weapon X. I don't know how I didn't get him for a while. Who else was in the Vikings team? They had Weston Carr, they had Helbing, and then they had someone else. If you know that. I don't know if you know the Counting Crows. There was so much could be helpful in finding the Paris DB. Counting Crows. I've never heard of Counting Crows. But I know a Counting Magpies song. Like the song like the one for luck, one for despair, 2 for joy, 3 for a girl, 4 for a boy, 5 for 6 for gold, 7 for receiving it to be double packed. I don't think that's a Counting Crows song. Timothy Sherman. Sherman? Yeah, the Unicorns linebacker just went to Heldvik. Former NFL Academy player. Serious weapon. Like, he could be an E, I think, on most teams. Early 90s. So I wasn't born in the 90s. ELFpedia. I was not alive for a second of the 90s. Fun fact. Well, I guess it depends on your personal feelings, but I was not born for a second of the 90s, so it might be a little bit out of my range. I'm a 2000 baby, and a lot of people forget that I'm like 24 years old. Either I look older, maybe I act older, I'm not so sure, but yeah, I'm 24. I was not present during the 90s, and that's why some of my players here are mostly, I think apart from James Harrison, I haven't got any ELF like or NFL Europe guys, because I was not here during NFL Europe. NFL Europe was fucking fake. Like the NFL Europe it wasn't NFL Europe. They had teams in like Canada and America. Like that doesn't count with NFL Europe, like at all. In my personal feeling, I don't think that counts. But shout out to Tom Sula, who spent some time with the Monarchs and with the Scottish Claymores and with the Ryan 5 before they were what they are now. Songs that I know. I've got songs that are decades older than me too. Like the intro to the Brazilian in video that I did was from like the 70s. It's a song about a race, like an F1 race, and it's like 60 years old. I do like old music. NFL Europe was great fun at the beginning. Yeah, but like, who was Doug Flutie in it? I think you're back now. You might have left for a bit. Was Doug Flutie in the NFL Europe? I feel like he was, but I know that he played in Canada, but I can't remember if he played in NFL Europe. But I can't actually, I wasn't there. But the uniforms weren't great. You got the old Zimmer. Who was the kicker? Plays for Frankfurt with the cross in his arm for his tattoos. Number 1. Yes, it was the beginning of the world of football, and the world of football had its own issues. That was a fucking disaster in some parts of it, but yeah, quite a lot of that stuff going on. But yeah, the spring leagues and stuff like that. I do think they're getting a grip now. You've got obviously the UFL, which is doing really well and has merged together with XFL and USFL, which is fun. And European football is so. This is part about being a scout. Is it's constantly on. You've got Spain that's just finished. You've got France, which is coming to the end. Leo Sartel. You've got France, which is coming to the end, and the Austrian league is like a few weeks in. You've got the British league, which has kind of just started a little bit. It's not for it's kind of on and off, especially for some of the lower divisions. Terry Crews. Shit, I remember Terry Crews. I forgot Terry Crews playing NFL Europe. No, I do not remember the Reebok commercials. I was not alive. Terry Crews. Damn, I did know that he did, but it must have escaped my mind. There's, I'm pretty sure, oh yeah, I do remember. I have seen that one. Yeah, I do remember. Yeah, I have seen that. I feel like Jeff Fisher coached in NFL Europe as well, but I might be wrong at that. But I feel like Jeff Fisher coached in NFL Europe. But the Austrian League is well underway. Yeah, I've seen The Office Linebacker. I've seen those ones. Those are awesome. I have seen those ones. I'm not that young. Like I have seen The Office Linebacker. I grew up on the internet, so I've seen those ones. There's other players I'm forgetting that are like big names. Kurt Warner. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking of. Kurt Warner's the one I'm thinking of, like a real big player who did like amazing things. I think I was thinking of Doug Flutie, but like as well. But I remember there was a quarterback who was like playing in Europe and then came back and was like really good in the NFL, but I can't remember who it was. Kurt Warner is that guy, yeah. That was a good call. Great call. Who else have we got from these multiple divisions? Some guys just stay in their divisions for years. Like some people will just, like James Brooks and the Enthroners linebacker or D lineman who has Hungarian citizenship. He's been there for so long. Because James Brooks at Prague, and you've got what's his name? Who plays for the Enthroners? John Kitna, yeah, and that. Who was the Enthroners? Like linebacker who has been there for like ever, and he's played like in Japan. He's played in everywhere. Also, they put Lucas Kalets and Joseph Janota in the Prague receivers, and fucking from Vienna, who's just went back to Czech. William Perry? William Perry played in the NFL Europe? I did not know that. That's kind of cool. Did not know William Perry played in Europe. Adam Vinatieri. Yeah, of course. Yeah. Radim Kalius. That's what I'm thinking of. There are a lot. Yeah. The NFL Europe was successful in getting some of these guys like John Kitna, Kurt Warner, William Perry, and Vinatieri like chances. But in terms of like growing a game in Europe, like it did a lot, obviously, but did it do as good as potentially the ELF could? Maybe in a few years, hopefully. GFL still runs strong. GFL still gets like 10,000 people in some of their games, which is fucking awesome for them. Wills with the Monarchs. William Perry, was he really? Did not know that. Maybe I've seen a picture of it because the Monarchs jerseys were horrible. The Monarchs jerseys are horrible. I might get a lot of blowback for that, but I did not like the Monarch jerseys. I thought they were vile. Not a fan of the Monarch stuff. Like they would need. I did a rebrand series. I did like an edit of how I thought the Monarchs should edit their stuff. Which I'm actually going to use. I'm going to cheat. Sure, do I want to cheat and go on my Instagram and see my old post about the team that I made? I think I could probably do that at this point. Oh, Mitch Fettling, before I go on that. Yeah. I made the special teams roster. Dean Faithful, of course, kicking out over in Canadian League. Got Chad already. The Claymores, yeah, the Scottish Claymores never going to return. The GFL missed too many opportunities in the past. Agreed, absolutely agreed. But the Claymores are never going to happen. People were saying about Scotland getting a team over the Netherlands. I was like, no, like Scottish talent, no. Like if you guys, unless you're doing it all with UK, sure, but there couldn't just be a Scottish team. Like it would be awful. Same with Ireland. You'd have like Akeem and you'd have Tomiwa, and that's it. That'll be the whole team. Right. Darren Aguirre said, Eduardo Leyes, I said, Rodon Sikiri. Of course, how did I forget Rodon? Said Jai. Simon Okondawasu. How did I forget? Sorry if I butchered your name, Simeon. Of course. How did I forget him? Matt Sparks said Jack Crawford played in the NFL for years, and how I didn't get that one. Remy Daniels played for Berlin. Cade, Cade Macon or Mackin. Sorry, Cade played for the Manchester Titans. Played for them for years. Imagine Kurt returns to Amsterdam. That would be cool. That would be very cool. I mean, you got like Jan Blachowicz. I'm like a massive UFC fan, so having Jan come in and be like a spokesperson for the local team was like so sick for me to see, because I'm like a massive MMA fan. Cedric Ockrong, yeah, counting that. Mark Stewart, of course. T, who I haven't put in this one because I don't want to butcher it. He made fun of a commentator for butchering their name. Has my phone just died? I've not had my phone on charge this whole time. I just left it. I didn't turn on the fucking plug. T made fun of a commentator. Like, for getting his name wrong. I don't want to fall into that, so I'm not going to say T's name wrong. I did not charge my phone, so now my phone is going on charge. But I had like a few helpful hints there by looking at one of my old teams that I imagined back in like 2022. I think I made that team in. I need to think of more. Bradley Ling. Kick. He was a punter. James Harrison. Yep, got James Harrison. He was I think the first person I said about from the old days. He played for the Ryan Fire. Ryan Fire put the thing up about like him returning on April Fool's Day and got my ass. Like, I really was like, oh my god, really? That's so sick. It's like, yeah, no, he's not joining. I was like, fuck. I like sent it to everyone I know at the Ryan Fire. I was like, this is amazing. And they're like, you're an idiot. I'm like, oh, fuck. So that was kind of embarrassing. But yeah, I actually generally thought that James Harrison was coming back. That was a tough one. That was a tough one. Just had a few players popping in my head then and then leave. That's not nice. Jack Pilkerton, tight end in Paris. Pretty positive. Jack Pilkerton is a player that plays in Europe. I'm like 99%. He played in France. He played with like the Black Panther or the Flash or the Blue Stars. Someone he played for someone like last season. Because I was looking at American tight ends. There are not very American tight ends. There's not very many American tight ends. So I remember the name just because he was one of them. And there are not very many. Normally people go for American running back or American receiver, or in some cases American offensive lineman. Like, let me go Jake Levegi also, another player at UE. And, fuck. I'm sorry, Jake. I'm forgetting your last name. Plays interior offensive line, played for UE. Played for, the fucking... Razorbacks. Shit. Who is it? Yeah, I'll get Jake in a minute when I can use my phone. Did you mention my ELF favorite QB? Played one season, best gun still we had so far. Your favorite QB? He played one season. It wasn't all right. What team did he play for? I might have mentioned. I've not mentioned a few of the old historical quarterbacks in the ELF, especially ones that like were there for like a day. Like there was a tall quarterback that went to Prague for like one game, and people like the ELF tried to hype it up like he's tall. Okay, sound, but yeah, he wasn't great. I can't remember what his name was, but he was around. He was present. But I can't think of all of the quarterbacks for some reason. I'm definitely forgetting a few. We're on 400 Eastern 2022. So with the conference moves, I'm like forgetting who was in the old conferences because they've moved like so much. Who was a quarterback for the Rams? The black dude. Can't remember his name either. He was pretty fucking good. Like he was solid. Can't remember his name either, but he was pretty damn good. Joined the league, won the league. Huh? So we got Sullivan. Oh, fuck. I'm forgetting his name. How am I forgetting his name? The Vienna Vikings quarterback. Oh, no. This is not good. His German last name. Oh, dear. Bollocks. That's not good. Just remembered Serge, quarterback that came in through like had 8 touchdowns. What's his name? Oh, and he played for the Kings. Oh no, he came in for like 4 games. He came in for like 4 games when O'Reilly was injured, and he like lit the world on fire for that one game. Allen? No, no. What was his name? Oh my gosh. See when you get to 400 fucking names. Johnny Cash. I had the same birthday as Johnny Cash and June Carter. I don't know if I'm gonna get his name. I just completely forget. I've forgotten it. It's gone. It's gone from my head. I think it began with S and it was a German name. Jan, was it Jan? But it's not like Jan. Yeah, isn't it Jan Weinrich a player? Yeah, Weinrich's a player, right? I'm pretty positive. I think. I'm pretty sure he is. I think Jan Weinrich's a player. I'm not going to mark it down, but I'm pretty sure Jan Weinrich's a player. Who else? Who's the... I think it is Allen, the Surge quarterback that came in for the few games O'Reilly was hurt. So he came back. No, one Allen or one. It wasn't Jan. Is Jan Wyrick not a player? Am I just making up people now? I've got to that point where I'm just making up people. I actually have done that before. And then I'm just like lore dumping of my life. When I was doing my GCSEs history, I had a tendency to, if I forgot the name of like a historical figure, I would just make it up. Translate American to I don't know German. Sorry, my dog's here as well. I don't know German at all. Ein, zwei, drei, and that's pretty much, and Luftkissen's Fahrzeug, which I think is hovercraft, and that's all I know in German. So I'll have to definitely look that one up in a second. I would like to get, I think 500. I know I've said this about every number so far. I would like to get to 500 because then that would be half, and that would be pretty fucking cool. To at least name 500 ELF for former NFL or GFL guys. Said Lattimore, said Montez Lattimore. Who else have I got in the GFL? I should really mention some GFL. I haven't followed any of my GFLs. I should have. Yes, you should. Actually, that would be so fucking sick. An ELF-apedia Who Wants to Be a Millionaire would go so hard. You could get me or Alex or Jamal or Silas or Nick to host that. You get to be the person behind the scenes doing your thing and asking hard questions. That would go so fucking hard. That'd be awesome. That would be really, really good. I'd like to see that. Who else am I thinking there? For players. Didn't Jared Allen play in the NFL Europe? NFL Europe? I'm probably wrong in that one too. The Vikings defensive lineman. I don't know why he's came into my head. I don't think he did. Right. No, I need to get to 500. Or at least I need to get near 500. My dog's like having a mare. It's a good job I didn't like shut him out for this. Otherwise he would have been a bit of an issue. Because he's rather loud when he wants to be. I think I might be out, you know. I think I might be out. I think I might be calling up ELFopedia official page to like help me out. Let me like just give myself a bit, not all of it, but I'll give myself like a little bit. I'll go to like 2021 and I'll go to just some of the stuff. Let me actually make sure that's live. I don't think yeah, there we go. Alright. Let's go for receiving stats, just so I can remember. Think of week 16. Damn, this is specific. Fourth quarter, it's 2020. The team on the run 3 yard line. Cooper throws next and long pass 8 yards into the air for a touchdown. Fuck. I should know that. I don't know if I'm going to be able to. Oh, let me. Canoodle. Is it? What's Canoodle's first fucking name? Right, that's not working. Right, that's crashed. It's not. Fuck. What's Canoodle's first name? Right, Mark Castle. Got that. Got Jackson. Reese Horn. Of course. How did I forget about Reese Horn? How the hell did I forget about Reese Horn? One of the OGs. Kyle Sweet I got. John Constant I got. Flores. Theodore. Harlan. Jarvis. Yannick. Daryl Stewart. Mami Rouge. Nico Strauman. Jordan Biller. Weston Carr. Joe Bottomera. Remy Burton I got. Silas I got. Josh Johnston. I liked Josh Johnston a lot. When he didn't come back, I was so shocked. Like, I thought that he was legit one of the most underrated receivers just for the whole season. Also Connor Miller, like, he was so good, and for some they just I don't know, he just left and they got in a different dude that I'm blanking on. Florian, Marco, Caspar didn't say, but I'm not going to count there because I probably wouldn't be down. Benjamin Mao, yeah, the big dude. Yeah, I should have known that one. That was no, it's the wrong one. We're up to 442. John Teredia, yeah, he's playing for Dresden now. Yeah, he's a decent no slot player. Max Zimmerman, Jordan Plew, Lawrence Regler. I'm going to put Benjamin Pooh in there. Yeah. I probably wouldn't have got Travis Martin. Who was the receiver before Martin? Track guy. Pierre, I mentioned him in my comparison video for some of the receivers, so I'm going to put him in there. Jason Erdman. I never would have got that. I'm not going to lie, I never would have got that. I know, I have his face, but for some reason his name just didn't come to me. Chikasu Sal, Chikihu Sal, yeah, counting that. Tomisek I got, Tamua I got, Lenhart I got, Nando Toth, yeah, I remember him. Hungarian receiver, he won like the Triple Crown in that league. He was extremely solid. Adrian, yeah. Florian, yeah. Vincent McDonald, that's who they replaced. Jake Griffin, that's what I'm thinking of. So McDonald and Griffin. So McDonald came in for Josh Johnson and was not nearly as good. He wore number 2. He certainly wasn't as good as Johnson, respectfully. And then the other receiver for Hungary, he was fast. Jay Griffin, he was fast, but he wasn't a very diverse route runner, and you could kind of tell. He was I think he was my lowest rated American receiver of that year. Kevin Mwamba, sorry Kevin, and Ian T. Palmer. I didn't put Kevin on my top 5 list for tight ends at the start of the season last year. Nikolai Sherman. I didn't put Kevin on my top 5 list for the preseason, and he found it after the season, and he added me. And he probably wasn't mad, but I was like, oh. Victor Wharton, 3rd. Bryce Nunley. That's what I'm fucking thinking of. Bryce Nunley. The guy who Daryl Stewart took over from. So happy that's come my head. Victor Warburton, I heard a lot from him that he was at Cal. And I heard from people who was in the organisation he was going to be really, really good. I did put him on top 5, and I got some blowback for him not being in my top 5, and then he wasn't the top 5 guy. And then, yeah, I'm happy that I got Bryce out of my head. Norman Schum, and then his brother, is it Nicholas Schum? I'm pretty sure it is. So I put those together. That's the brothers, another pair of brothers in the league. Steve McShane. He went to Danube this year. Steve McShane. Yeah. Yep. Lucas Cadlets. Yeah, I'll probably. Oh yeah, Raul Seneda. He's now in Madrid. Big fucking dude. Doesn't run very well, but he's big. Like, he's a hard person to bring down. Like, he's huge. Nicholas Schumann. Yeah, it was Nick. No, what? Yeah, it was Nick. No, I can't remember. There's a Bassi. Let me give myself that one. I do remember him from the Milano team. He was a solid player. Like, he did his job. Franchi. Benatia got Bias. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking of. He wore number 12 because today in my gym my locker was 12 and Bias was the guy I was thinking of. So I'm adding that in. Got Ali. Got Modest. John Levy Cruz. How did I forget about John Levy Cruz? The fucking Hamburg 44 tight end fullback does Mr. fucking everything. How did I forget about him? He was even drafted to the CFL. Didn't go, but could have. Anthony Morton, the running back. They didn't get too much play time. Well, he did, but not as many carries as maybe you could have in Barcelona. But he's a solid one. Gerald Alman, Yannick Nowak, I remember him. And 16 Dragon as well. I wanted 16 to be like sick because he had a cool name. That's the only reason I wanted him to be like Philippa Conwu, yes. He has a brother. No, not brother, but someone with the same name. That was like a really good prospect coming out of high school. I have no idea who that is. I have Giorgano Vicello. I have no idea who that is, but I'm going to give it to myself anyway because this is a team effort and we're a team. But I never would have got that at all. Andres Serra, Andrea Figuemehi, Anton Jolly, I remember him. And Sant'Agostinho. I'm going to count it. No, I can't count that. I didn't even say his fucking first name. Yeah, I never would have got that one, man. I never. Wasn't on my radar. Wasn't on my radar at all. 16. Joshua Haas. Yeah, remember him. Paul Steigenwald. And Justin Ronley. Back up for the Tommy one. Yeah. So the Dragons 2004 with a Seaman. Seaman had Felly. Was it Felly? And he was inconsistent. That was what they had, I thought, last season. Towards Fishback. Jacob Mikkelsen. He's a good backup running back. Probably one of the better backup running backs in the league. Jason Sanders and Brian Butler and Brandon Bryant, corner, Swedish at the end of the academy. Got to do one offers, so I'm going to put Brandon Bryant in there too. He'll be pleased that I mentioned that because I didn't mention him in the NFL Academy video and I wanted to, but didn't. and then he mentioned me about it. Devon Sydney, yeah, he played in place of Strong and McClam. And then Dolanchek, is it Mike Dolanchek? Something Dolanchek played as his replacement as well and wasn't that great. Glenn Tonga, Fortes, Kai Hunter, yeah, remember Kai Hunter. I thought I had him like listed as a player at the Ryan for a while as this mistake. And I think I said something like, when did you get Kai Hunter? Is that we've never had Kai Hunter? I was like, what? So Lucas Salvo. Yeah, I thought he was going to be a little bit. And Finn Apple. Yeah, I remember those two. I put them in. I'm really like going for guys I like really knew. Joe Donencheck. Yeah. Yep. Don't know where I got Michael from, but I probably saw it. Melvin Palin. Palin I thought was going to do better than that too. Yes. He's at... Where's Palin now? I think he was at... somewhere... Oh, I can't remember where he was at. I thought he was going to be good. I thought he was going to be more productive. I'm kind of going to only with like players I really know. I'm not just going to try and like add ones I don't know. Otherwise that'd be way too easy. American Court. Rich Bonger I mentioned. I do like the names I know. It's just I'm not really going to count them unless I like remember. Brandon Butler I mentioned. Petro Porsch I mentioned. Oh yeah, Terrace Minton. He was like fucking 6'9". Like he was huge. Like big, like long receiver. He was one of the players that went from Schwabisch. I said, yeah, Florian, yeah. Florian Eichhorn. Yes, he was one at Fire. Yep, I remember. I kind of want to get one of my Asnell Robo. Yeah, and then Merrill Zero. Definitely should have remembered that one. He played for Dresden. Caleb Jerinin. Phidias Pascali. Yeah, that's who I'm forgetting. I didn't put him on there, but I knew Pascali, but didn't say his first name, so it didn't count. Jason Ogmon. Yeah, I forgot about Jason Ogmon. He was at the Fire for a bit. I want to have a look at one of my old boards. Because I have like an old board of players from like the pre-season of last year. But it's not this one. This one. Is that going to ruin it if I do it like that? Okay. Is that the right one? I don't think that's the right one. Yes, it's this one. So I want to have a look at some of my old grades that maybe not as good as they could have been. Just slightly edit that up. And then make sure the YouTube stream's all good. Alright. Jose Ariza. I remember. Jose Ariza. I had him as like a pretty average player, but I think he's probably better than average. I need my click counter. Who was a player? Let's have a look. I want to have a look at players I had really high rated of that maybe shouldn't have been as high rated, or maybe players I missed on or didn't acknowledge. If it wants to load, so this could be a thing. Is it going to crash? No. It did not. So I didn't have very many fives at all. Steven Nelson, Joaquin was a 5, so 5 on my grading board is like their starter on every single team. I didn't have very many of them. It's alright. Don't worry, FPW. We all appreciate your time. Nevertheless, no matter what you can do whatever you like. Fabian Kratz. I actually had him rated real high. Maybe I was a little bit like, no disrespect to Fabian Kratz. I had him as like the same rating as Verdgani and like Arnold Hollenhoek and Milanovic. which I don't think is the case. But I did have him highly rated. Like I had Fabian Kratz highly rated, and he still is an excellent player. But I maybe went a little bit heavy on that one. Dominic Browns, I said Nick Veens. I didn't put Nick Veens on the list. Nick Veens. Who else do I have real high rated that maybe didn't live up or did live up? Amos Layote. Played for New Yorker, then went to Heldzvik. I think he's in, I don't know where he's at now, but he was a very good player that I wanted to see more of. Luka Joukov got Lucas Holub. I was one of very few people on Lucas Holub's. Like he was one of my top five, or not top five, one of my top linemen coming in, and I don't think a lot of people had him being there, and I did, so I'm taking claim on that one. Ben Dixon. I should have had Ben Dixon. As a fellow Brit, I should have had Ben Dixon. Toby Letman I had. Poly Sacramento I've got. Sasha Beck. I had Sasha Beck real high rated. Well, no, I didn't. I had Sasha Beck pretty high rated. Is this filtered? Okay, this is filtered out to only offensive line. So my boards last preseason were disgustingly big. Like, disgustingly big. Thousands. I think it was because I tried to do one of every league, which I've now changed now, but it was one of every league. And that was a lot to do, you know? Like, I tried to keep up with that. As you can see, I have notes. If you want to pause and read them, they are old. And Red was, like, released, but I couldn't really keep up with it. I had only a few fives on. I had actually quite a lot of fives. So, I had, like, leagues specific. I had a French league. I had an Italian league. Some of them are filtered. I had the AFL, I had the GFL, I had the UK, I had the Super Series. Like I had a board for every league, which I've learned to now not do. I now have it filtered to positions rather than leagues, which is a lot easier to track. That's for fucking sure. So fives, I had Malcolm Liggins at a 5. Fair. TJ Morrison. That's why I'm forgetting at a Ryan Fire. I forget about TJ Morrison. Again, if you're like angry about this list, it was like a long time ago. So this was me a long time ago. So don't blame me for any bad takes. Alex Spillum, I liked him a lot. That's what I'm thinking of the Berlin Thunder safety. Like these are old takes. Some of these have aged well, others not. I think Nico Strauman's one of the players I think aged really, really well because I put him on like that list and he was solid. So I'm happy with that one. Maurice Wright and Sven Berenbach. How'd I forget those guys? Maurice Wright Jr., Sven Berenbach. Maurice Wright, my friend, predicted he was going to win Defensive Player of the Year. So it kind of speaks to the level that he was at. Lewis Thomas, Amari Williams, Bryce Nunley. I had Bryce Nunley real high rated. Robin, Derek. This isn't like in order, it's just filtered to 5s. Evans, Zach Blair, Ambrose Matty. Yeah, he was good. I had him as like Evans Yoruba level, which is not correct. Fabian Kratz, Yasser Raji, Vigani. Outside of Vigani, I didn't say Vigani. I said, did I say Vigani? I don't think I did. That's kind of embarrassing. I don't think I said it with Vigani. I said one of the other big boys. I don't think I said Vigani. I might be wrong, but I don't think I said Vigani. I should have said Vigani. Yeah, I said Adachi. I didn't say Vigani. Jabari Regan. That's who I'm thinking of. The players being hungry so long, played like all over the world. Is Jabari Regan. I don't know how I didn't get that one earlier. Jadrian, I only had it as a 4.5. So this proves that like I'm wrong on things. I had him as like a key starter, but not one of the like most elite top 30 guys, which was wrong because he went out and was fucking awesome. Like I have his icon of run and deep, which is fair, and then a longer release. But yeah, Jadrian's a baller. Colin Hill. Yes. I remember Colin Hill. I thought he was going to be real solid too. Kerry, Asnell Robo. Gordon Zek. How the fuck did I forget about Gordon Zek? 500. I'm happy that Gordon Zek got to be 500th. But I'm also kind of sad that it took me 500 players to get Gordon Zek. One of the best like European safeties just around. 3-time All-Star. One of the only players to have 3 All-Star votes. That was 3 All-Star selections. Him, Andrea. Who else has got 3-star All-Star? Who else has got 3 All-Star selections? I can't think. There's not very many of them. There really isn't. So Burrell, Nicole Schumann got him. Markel. I had Markel as like a 4-5. Andy Mahonu, Weston Koa, Austin Duke. I don't remember. I was hot on DeJohn Owens. Adam was a 4.25. So I was right on DeJohn Owens. I knew that he was going to be legit. I knew that he was. Aaron Gross-McClan, that was way too high. Like, he's a rotation defensive lineman. I've already mentioned him. That was too high. Carlos Bruins and Lewis Ball, Leon Ball. How did I forget about those guys? Especially Carlos. He's an absolute vet. How the hell did I get that one? Or not get that one, rather. That's not great. Sainz Carrasco. Yeah, it was Carlos Sainz. Well, not Carlos Sainz, sorry. Carlos Carrasco Sainz. I think I already said him there. Lawrence, Arnold, Milanovic, Tobias, Nick Beans. Sebastian Goodduff said, I actually had Hardin Canedo as like the same level as Tomiwa for potential wise. Not my best take. Jay Griffin, Harlan. I was hot on Harlan. Amir Kalani. I was hot on him as well. So with Victor. Nico Lester. He's coming back this year. He's always been a fun player to watch. See, Dominic Lecce. Yes, one of my highest rated Swiss players. Put him in there. This is kind of a throwback, just seeing where I had certain players. Whereas Kenzie, I want to see some of the ones I had as like lower overalls. Well, not overalls, but you know what I mean. Who do I have as like guys I consider like role players, so like slightly not as good. Milos Panic. I am surprised I had him that low. He's alright. Or maybe no, maybe about right. Oh, Illich as well. Milos Illich is a player that I have followed for a while. He was at that team. He was at Munich for a while. Any guys, Mal's kind of low. Noah Bomba, maybe about right. There's some guys I definitely missed on, but I don't think there's anyone like huge that I had as like low. Nico Strawman had us a 3, which I would put up now. Yeah, man. This was Lucas Simeon. I remember Lucas Simeon. He was a backup to Puda, but they were like very similar. He came from the Atlanta Rhinos team. He was a real solid player. Sasha Beck as well. Yeah, man. There's some. I don't think I was crazy inaccurate with some of these guys. I think that I made a few mistakes for sure, but I don't think there's like many of them are like awful. I go back onto the Ulefopedia one and go through some more stat ones. I want to have a look at last year. Let's have a look. Because they moved around a lot. There was so many transfers last season, like in the middle of no Swakan. I actually don't think I've gotten into the tape of him yet. I might have to do that after this video, maybe, because there's still a lot of players I haven't watched, just because there are so many players. Like, there's thousands, hundreds, so it's kind of hard to get to everyone, but I haven't got to everyone just yet. So Romo, oh, he did. I thought he had, but I couldn't remember. I know he was there last season. But no, yeah, this was last season. What am I talking about? Yeah, Robert came after the grad season. Jai. Again, I know most of these names. I was kind of gonna go for the ones I thought I would have said. Tom Kleinman. That was his fucking name. Couldn't remember it. ELFopedia saved the day. Darren, James Apple already put in. No, Vantu, I'm pretty sure I put him in. Ollie Krebs, remember, I put him in there too. Rejoining junior and senior European champions, and it will be his first. Interesting. He's joining. Wait, who's he joining? He's joining. Like he's joining Fire. Or I thought I saw him at the Raiders, didn't I? Maybe I'm wrong. His name kind of like rings a bell, but I'm not exactly 100%. Let me not do it like that. Sorry, I did it like that. There we go. Glenn, TJ, yeah, TJ Alexander. Should have got that one. Marvin Plurda. Oh, yeah, Plura. Got Pep. Got Sven, yes, Siraj, got him. Eric Adam. Benjamin Barnes already got. Thank you to them. Vikings. Vikings do have a lot of good talent, but they didn't lose much. The Raiders lost so much. Like, they've just kept on losing things. Raiders, I've said, are gonna have a struggle year. Like, yes. They've lost so much. I do feel bad for saying it, but the Raiders have lost a lot of players. Lina Schroeder. How do I fucking forget Lina Schroeder? Putting that down. Noah Gehring. Yeah. Kevin Doyle. That was who came into... Yeah. I remember Kevin Doyle because there's an Irish soccer player called Kevin Doyle. I remember at the time being like, oh shit, Kevin fucking Doyle. So yeah, I remember Kevin Doyle. There's going to be a lot of players I don't remember at the Enthroners. Just because they were so bad. Like, they were bad. On my, like... So a lot of people aren't going to get this far. On my team needs... The Enthroners is absolutely going to be youth. And I proposed this a few times of an ELFJ, where they should have teams. Either they do it, let's face it, they're probably not got enough money to do an ELFJ with like, oh, you know, the Milano under-19 team plays the Enthroners under-19 team, who then will play the Rhine Fire under-19 team. It's not going to happen. What they could do is, if you're a new franchise, say London, or Amsterdam or Stockholm, you have to have an under-19 team attached to your team in order to be a thing. You know what I mean? Like, it'll just increase a lot of the youth potential to have that. Like, a lot of teams already do. Milan do. The fuck am I thinking? Who else does? Prague do. And then people like the Galaxy do. But then you get teams like the Munich Ravens who, you know, they don't necessarily need a youth development, but you put an ELFJ team together, they could have more youth, it's going to increase the overall. If you want, you can just adopt someone else's, like, I don't know, the Frankfurt, the Rhine Fire, take the Dusseldorf Panthers under 19 team and use that. Like, it would just be a lot easier in producing some of the talent. Because the Enthroners are so far behind on talent. Anthony Rodriguez, French, I thought he was going to be the fucking shit. I thought he was going to be so good. Like that linebacker with Ziolis, wrong one. Yeah, what was his name? Zilos, I'm pretty sure. Was it Janos Ziley? That's the one. I thought him and that linebacker core was like one of the sleepers of the season and was going to be like an elite linebacker core. I think Rodrigo's got injured like week 1, so we weren't able to see it. But I was really excited to see what they did with that. I actually want to see more of the Europe League guys because I've named a lot of. Also, I like Fallout. Don't judge me. I want to look at some of the. Oh my god! Arthur de Boucher! How did I not get Arthur de Boucher? Sorry, Arthur. The top one, like 150, is a lot more than the top 150 at this point. I'm gonna like kick myself for not getting some of these guys. Let's go to like class of 25. If you've not seen Europe's Elite, then this is like a project that me and a few other people work on, and it ranks, the high-school prospects coming out of Europe. It's fucking awesome. Said Ivan Silberger said him. Raphael Green, did he ever play in I don't think he ever actually played in Europe. Victor Askarov, I'm pretty sure I said. Terry Azule, such a good player. Another one of those Ruben Gap fellas. Seb Harris, I'm pretty positive I said Seb. Mershak said him. Felician said him. Matty, Brian. Daniil, Staria. He's just went to the Adler men's team. I was thinking of what his name was. I had it in my head, but I couldn't think of his last name. Laz Mitchell. He was a beast. I mean, 6'1", 230 as a running back. He was blitzing. He was knocking people over. Dominic Titz as well. I said Akram. So I'm going to put 2 on for that one. Who else we got? Konstantin Pachos, so I'm going to put him in. Benoit, that's what I was thinking, a linebacker from Dusseldorf. Benoit, Agui, Tiyonong. I don't know if I pronounced that right, but I'm going to add those. And Michael Sabitzer as well. Michael is probably one of the best under-19 players in Europe, in that he's so good. Brian went to sign with the Ryan Fire. It might not necessarily affect his eligibility. We have seen players like Noah Bujaginan play in a league like this and then go to D1 after. So it might not affect his eligibility. He might be fine. Paul Brewer, I'll put him in. Irvin Palmer, I'll put him in. Jules, I said. John Luca Jenna, I'm putting those 3 in. Yep. So Ryan Fire, I think, is such a good fit for Brian because Brian's a deep threat guy. He's got great hands. He can get over the top. He's gonna be so good. Obviously, I made the rookie of the year contenders, and he is certainly one of them. You might not get Justin Conway. That's what I'm thinking because he just went to Alabama. I would have preferred to see him at Maryland. He committed to Maryland, and then changed to Alabama. I would have liked to see him at Maryland. He's a 3-star guy. Some people say he's 5-star. He's not a 5-star guy. He's not a 4-star guy. But I would have liked to see him in Maryland. I think that would have been a really interesting fit, and he could have got more individual attention because it's Alabama. They're gonna have 15 5-star guys a year. I would have liked to see Justin go to Maryland, but that's my opinion. Of course, current NFL Vikings is Nico Herder. He is very good. He is a very solid quarterback. He's a little bit shorter, but he's an absolute beast. Gideon Herbert, Duncan Bruin, Miguel Beagle, Moritz Stutz Manatzer. I'm going to put those 4 in. They are all of those, especially Gideon. I'm a big Gideon fan. Some of these have committed, I just haven't done it yet. Somebody Earhart, Jimmy Radell, Fix Dodge, Noah Machi, Noah Ankler, Gregory Hujiek, Dartmouth. Expect him to come maybe back to ELF at some point as a Hungarian. Sambo Lepinen, Henry Ielikiren. It's 6 guys that Amar has him. He's a beast. That's 6. Haas I mentioned. Kai Ogawa. He's fucking so good. That's like 7. Adrian Malaka, expect him in Prague soon, like in a year or two. Adrian Poirier. Jules Ney, I've mentioned, but Henry Laus, I said. Jakob, I said. Tambo Sol, yeah. I'm about at 8. That was 8. So I'm up to 41. I think that's probably... Oh yeah, Michael Minosov, he's good. Noah Jager, he's good. Antonio Monzaguzzi. Destiny, too low. I want Destiny higher, but we had disagreements. Like in the UFC staff. Destiny, ID high. ID high. Sorry, Destiny. I think that's like 4 in. Mustafa Hansman as well. Massive guy. Massive. He's just went D1, but it's not like updated, but I don't know why. Yeah, like these guys. That's just from the last like 2 classes, man. Like you have like that's just from 24 and 25, like 26 as well. Adrian Becky Kembe. He has like Alabama, and I think he has a Georgia offer. Benjamin Kennedy Charling, Yasser Sani, I really like him. Batanga Kalaya, Kaliata, I really like Batanga. I've followed him for years since he was at Sheffield. Seriously good player. Like expect him to be, kind of like Khaled or Samuel Zigbo. Kind of like one of those guys. So that's 4 I've also. Julio Valhalla, I've seen him. Olaf Tillman. Mike Drost. Mika Drost, rather. Nathaniel Fom, I talked about him in one of my videos. Jean-Placé Makina. He's a seriously lengthy corner that I think is going to have like really good development. Tyron Salpinas, I talked about him in one of my videos. Ilocier, he was one of the highest rated Spanish players. That's 9 guys I got added. Dante Varaka, I've seen him play in person as well. Yeah, like that's 10 I need to add. There are so many guys in these classes. It's actually unreal. Not even kind of some of the older classes. A7 Valentin Son, yeah. Hugo, I talked about Hugo Chigozemi Arias Madsen. I talked about him in one of my videos. Matt Colgar, I already mentioned. Oliver Huber. Demiri, yeah. Vladimir Sone. Tobias Goller, I already mentioned. Yeah, that's like 5 more just in that class. That's class 27. So they didn't graduate for a long time. And, you know, they're already very interesting prospects. And we'll go back in time. See, like 2023. Oh my god, there's so many players I forgot about. Olas Alien. He's just went to Alabama a little while ago. Oh my god, those 2 were Lucas Simmons is so good. Said Kofi, Lucas Meyer, Hans Hammer, like one of the best names in the fucking world. Aymeric Kumb, he's just playing like he got like a pick 6 in the Michigan like blue and yellow game. Unreal. Thomas Collins, that's 5. Max Stieg. Yeah. Nikola Manovac. Julius Bunk, I wrote about Julius years ago. He was a player I've been a fan of for a while. It's like 6. Dante Burnett had like a 4-6 at D-line. Insane. Farid Tiki Panina. Oliver Lomberg. Peter Clark, already mentioned. Cedric Anton, he's just entered the transfer portal. Jane O'Rourke, Malachi Stewart, they're all Australians. Christoph Nitzlander, he wasn't someone that we were just not acknowledging. We've had Nitzlander here for a while, right? It's not an accident. He's been working. Benjamin Linz, he's good. Noah Sama, Xavier Palenka. I got to put in like 12. Alexander Chinikling, brother of someone we saw a second ago. Paul Jacob, again, we've been around. Pierre Lundstrom, again, we've been around. Like, I got to put like, I think that was just 15 I named. But like, I'll be generous, I'll put like 4. I'll put like that. Like, we have been about. There are a lot of younger guys that's starting to work their way back into it now. Hiro Kano, I mentioned Darren Agu. Theodore Omistron, forgot about him. Marvin Klein, two of those receivers coming out at the same time was so sick. Victor Newman's a beast. Chinazar Obi, he's a fucking monster. Who else do I want to go for? Yep, they did. They lose Nesolander. Like, honestly, I don't know how they let him go. After that season he had, he was so good. Oh shit! Who was the other safety that played for them? Because I was talking to DC. That's how I knew about Nit Sander, and I was talking to Malik Jackson, and he said about him, and he said about, is it 23, the safety that played for the Raiders, and he was like really good. The other guy the Raiders lost, yeah. Like, he's still there, but he's a player that I thought about making a video on, but haven't yet, because I made the Nitslander one. It's like very similar in terms of the same team and the same situation. Honig, Alexander Honig played as a quarterback, went over to TCU as a tight end. Eventually he found his way there. Maurice Himes, possible like guy that comes through Washington, maybe an NFL pick, and maybe he starts this year, then he might be able to flip more. Simon, lucky, look at that, look at that, look at that. Thomas DeBouchier as well. Trying to think. Leander, another player that Sadu. Marcel Dabo was on this. Martin McGuire mentioned. Luke Hollow we talked about. Kareem Ben Al-Ghadi, I was on him for a while. Julian Baldy, he's assigned to fucking WWE. Like, can you believe that? Jack Lau. That's 6. Alzan Zetterberg. Paul Henry Minzia. Noah Troy mentioned. Manon Worthman. Miles Sig I mentioned. Jared Almin I mentioned. Joe Christian. Marco Schneider. Pablo Araya. I wrote an whole article about Pablo Araya. Like, this ain't new, man. We've been here for a while. Like, we have been here for a minute. We're up to 585. I've not even started looking at ELFopedia really yet. I'm still looking at in the depths of these ones. Jeffrey Umba and Junior Io. Junior's now with the Vikings. Jasper Friss I mentioned. Tobias Bruin. Robert Miranda. He was somewhere. I think he's still at Arizona. I mentioned Jaro. Maceo. We had him as a 4-star for some reason. He's lower or higher. Kalani. Dominic Berens, mentioned him. Tyrese Owers, so he was seriously good too. Benjamin Strait, I mentioned. Tom Meyer. Kev Fortes, I mentioned already. Sebastian Nielsen. Like, damn. What time? That's 6. I got to add more there. What a time. So, if you're ever looking for the next fucking dude, just go on Europe's Elite and you'll find a bunch of them. Like, just sitting there. Like, available. It's just free info. I don't have to pay for any of this. It is just there. Now I want to look back at it. Nicholas Don Masso. That was the fucking dude. He plays now for Torino and he's doing a damn good job of it. Who else is also in that league? You got Ryan Griffin. You got DeGabriel. You've got Nicholas. You've got Hamish. Jucoma Isom. And Marcus Talia. That's 2. Kevin K. Sorry, Kevin K. Nicola Fonti. That's 4. I've got Bismarck Europa. Joe Phantom. Yeah, I remember a lot of these guys from when I was doing that stuff before. So that's like 6 more I needed to add from the Milano team. I cannot believe I forgot so many of them. It's a good job I fucking needed ELFopedia for this one, boys. I would have been fucked. I couldn't end this until... Yes, it was Sam Oram Jones. I thought it was. I just couldn't remember if it was. I wanted to be sure. Sorry, Sam. We watched Ravens import video the other day and I won't forget what you said. About what one? What about the Ravens one? Which part? I said a lot in that video, to be fair. I said Brandon Butler. Jan Siramak, he's an underappreciated player. Jan Stard as well. That's 2 I'm going to put in. Atia, I mentioned Jan Chris, I mentioned... Bradley Jones. Was that the tall one? I feel like Bradley Jones is a really, really tall one. I'm going to put 3 more. 1, 2, 3. 600. Happy 600, everyone. It's been over 3 hours. Kente Allen. I fucking said Allen. And I was like, is it? And I couldn't remember if it was Kente Allen. Fuck yeah. I thought it was. Never doubt yourself again, Matt. There's Moon, I'm pretty sure I already said him. Austin. Austin. Igba. Eugene. I remember. Yeah, he was at the Enthroners. After he left the Kings, he went to the Enthroners. And the Kings actually had some really good talent. Like, around. Like, you had Zetterberg. You had Polly. You had McShane. There was a lot of guys in that team, and just, we didn't get to see the season. Rodion, another player, William James, Devon. Devon was actually a player that I watched before the season, and I was picking between Devon, Hike, Marquise, and a couple others. And I think when I did my ranking, I had Marquise Marquise really, really high. I had Hike just below and had Devon below both of them. Which I think in terms of corner, I would agree with still. But Devon's return ability is just fucking unreal. Like, so good. So good. Yeah. Zetterberg, AJ, like, it just goes on and on and on and on and on. Like, they had such a good team. Just couldn't. Christian Berg, he's still unsigned, right? Berg? I think he is. Which was a surprise. Paul Seifert, I said. Giancarlo Boone. He was like an older dude. He was like 30 something when he went into the league, I'm pretty sure. It's pretty cool. Giannis already said. Mustafa already said. How the hell I pulled that one out? Vijo Lepanen. I'm now getting called from everyone that is now trying to call me. I've been filming for like 3 hours though. So like at some point I'd be a little bit worried that people weren't trying to call me after 3 hours. But Donovan Isom, I forgot about Donovan Isom. Yeah, Berg's a free agent. That kind of surprised me. Donovan Isom, we're gonna put in a second. I think I put him in there. Kasper is back now. Kasper Jeszewski. Didn't he retire and come back? He's retired, came back this season. I think. I might be wrong. The Polish one, I haven't met very many Polish players because I can't pronounce their name. And I always felt bad. Solomon Brown. He was a good solid ass player. Like I have 2 sisters that are Polish. So butchering Polish last names would be a crime. No, Bernat. He's what I'm thinking of, who retired and came back. Huh? Yeah, Tobias. I don't want to say too much on Tobias. I've heard that he's signed somewhere. I don't know where though. Like, but it's just not official. Przemysław Bennett. That's wrong. I know that's wrong. I apologize to my Polish speaking people. I will try and do better. Mikel Minasov, I mentioned him a second ago. Mackenzie Sexton, yep. And Lee Pitts. Just remember Lee Pitts too. I said Tobias earlier, so I can't add him again, sadly. Helbig, Florian, Jordan, Redeem, Michael Schumacher, or Shoemaker. Not quite Schumacher. Ridley Frey. I'm going to put them in. I think I said Henderson. Liam Ball. I think I said Ball. So that's 2 I still need to add in. No, it's what? Swancom. I appreciate it, Adrian. I appreciate it. It's such a hard language, Polish. And of course, like, people, a lot of the fans are German or Austrian. Like, because it's football in Europe, most of the people are German or Austrian. Like, they can speak English to me perfectly. And a lot of the Australians or Germans will be like, I'm very sorry that I'm speaking such poor English. And I'll be speaking fucking perfect, flawless English that a lot of English people can't even speak that well. And they'll be like, oh, yeah, sorry I'm speaking such bad English. And like, you're speaking perfect in this. Same with the Polish people. Like, oh, sorry I'm speaking bad English. You're speaking better English than most English people. Pandas do have an excellent scouting imports. Like, they're so good at it. They got Turpin, they got Tate. Matty Ice was a pleasant surprise. They've got, the guys this year, and Cole and Stephen Duncan. I know Stephen Duncan wasn't exactly low-key, but it's very good. Amiri Lalo. How do I forget about Lalo? Lucas Hosmer. Known about him for a while. Lewis Formoth. That's 3 of it. Raf, there he is. That's what I mentioned earlier. Rafael Comier Birangi. That's so wrong. I'm pretty sure I mentioned Chad. Yeah, there we go. So, like, you're German, living in Austria, so I imagine there are differences in the language. I'm not exactly educated in it, but I imagine it's the same as English with England and Scotland or England and Wales, where there are subtle differences, and you'll probably know all of them. But if I've been to Vienna, if I went to Germany and spoke German, they'd want to speak to me in English, which is fine. But I don't know how to speak German, and they speak English. So covering this has been fun. I mean, in terms of like Hungarian names, Spanish names, German names, Czech names, Polish names, it's hard to like actually get that right. Lucas Salva I mentioned. I think I mentioned. Oh, fucking Mono Malky. I don't forget about Mono Malky. Marvin Bergret. Huge differences. There we go. Like England and Ireland. Exactly. But you understand all of them. I could go over to Ireland and speak with English to Irish people, but if they spoke Gaelic to me, I'd be fucked. I'm not sure if anyone's ever heard Gaelic, but that shit is hard. I made myself 2 for this one. Rashad Ali Tagba. Yeah, I remember. And it's cancer. How did I forget about him? Robert Werner as well. I know that Ennis was on Silas's list of underrated players. And that's actually one I do agree with. For sure. 16 Dragon already said about. Kevin Titz already said about. Yannick Nalvek. Or Nalwek, rather. Etialou. Fuck. I'm assuming that's Gaelic. Assuming that's Gaelic. Sale Cisse as well. One of the OGs. So I owe myself 3. And they've signed another Kiwi. A defensive end I am blanking on the name of. But the Kiwis are just different. They're so solid. Jean Mananciestro. How did I forget about Jean? How did I forget about Jean? I'm ashamed of myself that I forgot about Jean. But I got a lot of these. I didn't get Simeon, but I got him after. Kev Fortes I got. Mickelson I had. Yeah, so I think there's only really like one big one I forgot from there. Don't know how I forgot John, but one of the better blocking receivers in the league. If I'm doing a blocker receiver, it's Harlan Quofi at number 1. A massive fall off. Philip Hahn's up there, and Siestro's up there too. Alex Pacheco. I'm going to give myself that one. Who else am I looking at? Max Charlie Collins. How did I forget Ben? And Benjamin Burgess and Lewis Burgess. I need myself 4. And how I forgot about them. That's 2 guys I probably shouldn't have forgot about, because they're both very talented players and brothers. Leo Vospetti. Mamadou Kai Therabane. He's going to be, and Diego Arles, this person I talked about, and Cesar Bragani. And I've got some more that's just flooded in. So Mamadou is going to be a breakout player. 1, 2, 3. Mamadou I really much like. Sasson Javardi and his brother that I'm forgetting. Sebastian Constanier, I think. That's 2. Let me give that myself. Jordi Bragani, Andy Vera. How did I forget about Andy Vera? Lotura French, just talked about in the Dragons video, so I really should have got that. Sam Higgins, the Aussie punter, so I owe myself 6. We're getting there, boys. And girls. Mostly boys. I think my channel attendance is like 100%, but I'm not so sure. Riley Hennessy. I already talked about Riley. Talked about all the receivers. Paul Stagvold. I'm pretty sure I said that and then doubted myself. But I can't remember. Vergani I said. Joe Cool, Marlon. Tasha Beck I said. Ben Herrera I should have got. Imagine Joe Valley. Yeah. Caden Chris Thomas. He's solid. The Christopher Zalia. This just come back after years playing as a fullback for the Ravens. Konstantin Katz, that's 5. I owe myself. Nick Venselberger, 6. Funniest commentary call I've heard in Europe. Like, Venselberger's in the slot, gets burned in the slot, and the guy with the read, I'm not sure where the fuck he's from, but like he has a very hard, it's going almost sounds Bristolian where I'm from, because he has such hard R's. Real hard like that. And he goes, Vetzelberger gets burned. And then Suck came out who the receiver was. The receiver eats Vetzelbergers for dinner. That was so fucking funny. But I'm giving myself 6, because that's where I went with those ones. Like, that was so funny when he said that one. Jan Weinrich. That's who I was thinking of. I was thinking of Jan Weinrich. So I'm going to give myself Giuseppe Della Vecchi. From the Unicorns. How did I forget about Giuseppe Della Vecchi? Said Noble. I didn't forget about Tobias Luthi. I probably should have got. Gabriel Rodriguez. I probably should have got. John Tavi. I definitely should have got. That's 5. I mentioned a couple of these. John Falk. I really should have got. That's 6. Timothy Schumann, I said. Fabian Bruin, I really should have got. 7. Niels Jonkman, I really, really, really should have got Niels. That's 8. Yeah, that Niels one's a bad one. Federico Ferretti, I remember him. That's 9. Joseph Zonchek. So I'm going to add myself 9. I definitely should have got a number, especially Niels. I don't know how I forgot Niels, to be honest. He's like the best kicker in the league. That's not great on my part. Right, who else have I got? Or I would have got, or I recognise or know of. Marcus Scheibel, he's just gone to Vienna. Jeffrey Asare, we give myself that. Jared Mittendorfer, I can't remember his name, but I said Mittendorfer and I counted it. So I'm going to count it now. I definitely did say that one earlier there, for sure. Gustav, I said. Stanley Okrenhal, well. I'm counting it. He's a savage. Ruben Sieber, I should have got that one. Jan Mayenhofer, that's what I was thinking of. That's a free safety that is like also very, very good and will break out this year for sure. Jesse Mensah, I remember him. Vincent Muller, I should have got. Matthias Reibel, I should have got. That's 7. Basil Weber, I should have got. That's 8. That's 8. I definitely should have got some of those. That was quite bad of me to not get some of those. We're up to 600 and fucking. This is going to take a while, isn't it? I said Ogumam. Said Remy. Said Kyle. Brandon Kamara, I should have got. Cheku Sal, I don't think I got him. Celestin Ganami, I should have got. Washington Ellis, I should have got. It's a massive D tackle. Huge. Stanley Zagurbe, definitely should have got. Yeah, Butts left the Raiders today. Yeah, Janube maybe an option. Hello Tyrese, how are you? The promise was a promise. You were right. We're at 672. We dipped out of my. So let me just refresh you. We got to 450 or like 445, just off of the top of my head, and now we are at 672. So we've been going through ELFpedia. We went through some of my old takes and some of the old players from my old board, like last year's board of my preseason, to see who I had as really good and see who I had as maybe I missed a few on. Now it's going through some of the players I definitely should have got. We're just counting it. Kenny Floret, I should have got Kenny Floret. Phillips Peru, I should have got him. He's at the Torino team now. Who's my favorite ELF team? I kind of have fucking David Richardson. I really should have got that one. I have people, Benjamin Bono. He wasn't as efficient as he could have been. Ryan Iguodalto. I should have got him. I don't have a favorite ELF team. I know people in nearly all of them. So, like, I can't remember who it was on Twitter. It was when I'm gonna do that predicting the whole ELF season, which I will do. But someone wanted me to do like who do you think is going to get fired first, or why don't you do like a coach's tier list? And I don't want to do that because I don't want to piss people off, and because I don't want to like be you're going to get fired from your actual job. Like, the Vikings are cool. I think if I love like my favorite teams, because like who I actually really like. Oh yeah, we also looked through the juniors. My favorite teams in terms of the people I know the most is probably the Ryan Fire, because I'm good friends with Jadrian, and I know a bunch of like Max Parkinson was up to see at UE and stuff like that. I have teams I don't like as much because of experiences with some of the staff, which I won't say necessarily, but there are teams I like more and there are teams I like less. Some teams have asked me for lots of players. I gave them said players and then didn't give me what I asked for per se. So yeah, it was Norman and Nicholas Shum. So I was kind of a little bit annoyed about that. So yeah, a short answer to your question was I really like the Ryan Fire. I think the Panthers have really got a great scouting, and I very much like some of the people in Madrid. People I like less, I won't talk about too much, but there are teams I like a little bit less. Panda Rocklaw. I don't know if you like them or if you don't like them from that. Go to your huge academy around. Yeah, so Panda Rocklaw have a very good academy. And so Kevin, I already mentioned Kevin. Rocklaw are just the biggest team in that country by a mile. You got like the Lowlanders who are good, and you got like a team that Carwin Aiken and Leo played at who was solid, but like, you know, it's Rocklaw. They're obviously better than everyone else. Lewis A-Chain. I didn't get Lewis A-Chain. I should have got him. Tony Anderson. I didn't get Tony Anderson. I got John Lynch. Joshua Poznatsky. I should have got. That's 3. Ryan Rimler was the one I was talking about, the tattoo. That's 4. Yeah, so that's 4 more Madden from that season. I definitely should have got some more of those guys, but Roquel have got such a good scouting department. Like I said earlier, I thought they were going to be garbage this time last year, and they really, really made me look like an idiot. They really did, which good for them. It was good for them. Let's have a look at Let's have a look at 2024. Look at 2024. $800. Yeah, I think I can probably get that. I'm going a little bit slowly, but I mean, I appreciate it. We go roster for the Barcelona Dragons team. So I mentioned Levi, mentioned Tobias, to mention him. Mentioned a lot of these guys. Angel Bowen I probably should have got. Now Benjamin Igbodaway, solid. Didn't play enough last year. I thought Derek Brumfield, I should have got Derek Brumfield. Postito I should have got. Yeah, I should have got him. And then Dominic said Bragani. Yeah, that's 4 more I probably should have got from this year's Dragons team. I have thought about doing the whole roster in a tier list, but fuck me, my laptop already hates me doing this. So downloading those images would take so long. Zach Bronkhorst, I didn't get Zach Bronkhorst. Oh my goodness, what's wrong with me? And I didn't get Marion Cibatore. I thought he was going to be very, very solid, and he didn't do as much as I think that he can. Well, Lucas Santagostinho, I couldn't remember his first name. But that's 3 more. Then said him, much appreciated, Tyrese. See you in a second. Marco Talia, I should have got. Destiny Owawase, I should have got. Igor Timovic, I should have got. That's 6. Said a lot of these guys. Michael fucking Abrera. I didn't get Michael Abrera. That's 7. He literally was at Bristol. Yeah, I'm excited to see him level up. I've heard Matteo Felli. That's what I'm thinking of. That's 8. I have heard from people within the Dragon organization that he's doing really, 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 really well. I've heard he's looking real good. Ebony Mahongbu, I probably should have got because he just signed. Anthony Brown, he obviously did an interview with Jamal. Maximilian Rosell, I should have got him. This is a Swedish, the Norwegian guy, the Icelandic dude, Polar Bear, I was talking about that, I couldn't remember. Stefansson, nice, love that. That's 4 that I should have actually had in that team. So I'm gonna add 4 more. Yeah, like I think it was Jamal that said, people underestimate how fast Luke is. That is true. And Luke's big. Zach Bronkenhurst is 6'2", and can run. I just have doubts on whether or not he's an elite quarterback. John Cole mentioned Lucas Salvo. I probably should have got him. I said him. I said a lot of these guys. Dominic Seigel I probably should have got. That's 3. Where's the other Kiwi? Where's the other Kiwi, you Leftpedia? On the defensive line on Munich. Oh, is he here? Yep, my bad, sorry. Tyler Van Moore, my bad, sorry, that's 4. My bad, I'll never doubt you ever again. Sorry. Joshua Flowers, I should have got him, that's 5. Nico Lauda, I probably should have got him. That's 6. Yeah, my bad. Yeah, sorry, the FPD. I'll never doubt you again. Lucas Hasselvanta, I should have got. Said Platzgummer, said Han. Yeah, Tony Rabinsteiner, I should have definitely got. Darian Chafin was the person I said I knew, but I wasn't 100% sure if it was his name. Richard Webber, I should have got. Oscar Stromstead, he's the fucking enormous. He's huge, 6'10". Like, what the fuck? Stanley Ockengarwell, I think I just mentioned him a minute ago. Bernard Grube, I should have got him. Robert Lackman, I should have got him. Fabian Eder, I should have got him. That's 8. Oh my god, I forgot so many Raiders players. Ruben Seabright, I mentioned a second ago. Jesse Mensah, I should have got. Mentioned Vincent Muller, I'm pretty sure. Farad McCombs, yeah, that's 10. I forgot a lot of those guys. Yikes. That was kind of bad of me. I should have got more of that. Alright. Said a lot of these dudes. Emmanuel Hafeli, I think. I should have probably mentioned. I definitely knew the name. Marcus Dubravrik, yep. Said Beck. Chris was it, yep, said him. Raiders will be better. Yeah, I'm kind of weird with the Raiders. I just don't think they'll be as good. They're in a hard conference that is going to be challenging. Can they beat the Enthroned? They'll beat the Enthroners. They'll beat Prague. They'll beat Berlin. I kind of feel that they're the same level as Berlin. They might bite me on the ass later, but I kind of feel like they're the same as Berlin. Maybe, actually, probably worse. I think they're worse than Berlin. They had from Toby Letman and fucking Steven Nielsen, two of the best offensive tackles in Europe, and they don't have them anymore. That's a huge loss. I say we don't have a number yet. That's weird. Dean Tawani, I should have got him. Valentin Rodling, I should have got him. Noah Gehring, I should have got him. Connor Wellington, I'm pretty sure. Entros Hagi. How the fuck did I forget about Entros Hagi? Daniel Loma, I should have mentioned him too. Will Lido, I should have mentioned him because I really like how he fixed the run. Gabriel Montagner from Milan. I'm going to put that one in the bank now. That's 8. Yeah, Jan Hendrik Koch, I should have got him. Oh, I'm so disappointed with myself. I shouldn't be disappointed with myself. I got fucking Sverri Finsen, another player that played in college. That's 9. Yeah, that's 9 more I owe myself. And then I can move on to I'll move on to one of my other boards, try and get some other sleeper names. I do want to talk about a bunch of people just so I can cash that in when they become real good. Who did I forget in this team? There's definitely some people I did forget in this one because I didn't. Zaire Ugapo, fucking like him. Michael Kisciano, I should have got him as a Brit because I forgot so many Hamburg players. Jeremy Sarfo, I should have got him. Lassie Mayer, I should have got him. I got hits. Caleb Mills, I should have got Caleb Mills. Alright, so there's 5. I didn't mention you miss as many as I thought I had. Really feel sorry for Cologne. Yeah. Yeah, honestly. And yeah. Yeah, you're not wrong. Connor Wellington, I think he's going to be in the same situation as someone like Levi, where it's or like Tyrone Robertson was last year. I'm not saying that Isaiah Weed isn't a good player. It's just, is he going to be as good as other people in that conference? I don't think he is. It's such a hard conference to stand out in. Jordan Jean-Marc-Heath, how did I forget about him? Oh my gosh. Wadil Saeed, I forgot about. Chandler Jones, I forgot about. I really should have known Chandler Jones. Jordan Avesi, I should have got. Vincent Buffett, should have got. A Buffet. Max Gay. I forgot a lot of the French players. Yeah, I forgot a lot of the French players. That's like 5. Christopher Vumbo, I should have known. That's like 6. There's some guys I really did mess up. Hamburger brought in a lot of players from lower leagues. Yeah, like if you remember when Jose Mourinho, no, I mentioned this second time I mentioned Jose Mourinho, with Porto, when he would go and get players from like the second tier of Portugal. You can do that a lot more in soccer football. You can't do that as much in American. Like GFL too, it's good. It's not elite. Moritz Mack I should have got, one of probably the best backup player in the league. Christian Santos Insua, I should have got him. Lone Cucci I've got. Lone Cucci, by the way, I actually owe you, ELFopedia, a big fucking drink for that one. Because you put Netherlands as homegrown. Let me just add those two. You put Netherlands at homegrown. So I didn't know that he was Dutch, or he has Dutch citizenship. I then recommended him to the national team, and now Cucci gets to play for the national team. So that's because of you. So cheers. Tang Liming, I should have got him. Ollie Krebs, I should have had Ollie Krebs. That's the other maximum I was talking about. Demetrius Jakintindis. I should have got. Kevin Meyer, I should have got. Lennox Fletcher, I should have got. Because I thought he was going to be amazing last season. Last season. That's 5 more. Chris Lepper, I probably should have got 2. 6. So how the hell did you figure out he was Dutch? Because he has like Italian. I know he's like Italian, Albanian. I know he's from like kind of everywhere. But I don't know how the hell you found out that he was Dutch. Because I work with the national team a little bit, and I didn't know he was fucking Dutch. Giacomo Di Pauli. Yeah, TJ Alexander. I should have got TJ Alexander. I've said that about Median players, but Sebastian Sagne. I can't remember what his first name was. That's 3. Salou Sale. How did I forget about Salou Sale? I'm a big fan of Salou Sale. Aaron Donkor. I didn't even mention fucking Aaron Donkor. And Hugo Callis, who is he the dude that just signed from the Minutemen? He's like the guy. Like he's gonna be really, really good. A 6. Then Hart Vance I should have got probably. Jan Wenke. Yeah. That's like 8. Yannick Seibel, I think I mentioned him already. Yeah, that's 8 I should have got from. Oh, and the kicker. Let me actually mention his name. It's Van. Yeah, Sebastian Van Santens. That's 9. Damn, that's a. Oh shit, wrong tab. That was a hell of a find. A hell of a find. Really, really, really good find on that one. Prague. Kyrie Lyles. I didn't put Kyrie Lyles. Why didn't I put Kyrie Lyles? Kind of sad I didn't put Kyrie Lyles. Andrzej Kimela is actually underrated. A solid player. Martin Havlenka. So, actually, let me just count the rest of them I should have got. Matthias Roll Husemaus. I mentioned him earlier, but I didn't get his name completely, so I'm going to add him in now. Said Jordana Wright. Said Landstrom. Peter Lauger. Should have got him. It's 4. Noah Abala. It's 5. But when I was scouting in Czech League, they don't really play with tight ends very much. That was quite interesting. One of the most interesting thing I think about so that kind of just plays in what I was about to say. So like the countries of our league and other leagues in Europe have such different styles. Like tight ends don't really carry over to the Czech Republic. They don't really use them that much. It's weird, but they just don't. So when I was scouting for just looking around that league, it was hard to find tight ends. I thought it was extremely interesting, and I wanted to talk about it. I'm not gonna lie, I don't really know very. Oh, Hedgemir Nielsen. Yeah, that's one of the imports. I said Rodon. I think there's only one I realistically should have got in that one. Kind of a hard one. the Hungarian league is just hard to follow. There we go. All right, Duncan, David, Gentry, I got all those. Got Dusan. Big fan of Dusan. Oh, Camille Ruta I should have got. And Jan Scheibel, that's 2. And Christoph Witz, I should have got him. That's 3. That I probably should. And Jakob Adalas, because he was like the best kicker in any or one of them. That's 3. 4 more I should have got. Yeah, the Cologne 2 tight ends. It's interesting. Robin, I've seen in person, is a very talented player. I had him lower rated, and then I went and saw him, and I was like, okay, now this guy's actually really, really, really solid. It's like the Andronas, right? They're running with like an American defensive ends and European D tackles. Like, that's different. That's real different. I'm not sure that's going to work, but they need to do something drastic in that club anyway. Ian Garrick I should have got. And that's a really interesting way to build a roster. I'm not necessarily saying it's the best way to build a roster. Lucas Lavin I should have got. Felix Lepper, I definitely should have got Felix Lepper. Like, it's strange that they've gone for that. Sam at Knotel. And Dominic Ebel. There we are. Like, they have definitely gone for an odd choice to have 2 defensive linemen, but I mean, shit, if it works for them, it works for them. You know, who am I to judge? Yeah, I don't think it will, but I guess we'll see when it comes to Norwich. All right, I know I've said about his name before. I've heard from Camp; he's looking awesome. Birabama, I hope that he comes back as well. He didn't get signed, so the NFL YPP is different now. Tony Corsayan, I should have got. And Florian Sudai, Maximilian Mullner, Leon Ball. Did I say Leon Ball? I think I did. I don't think I did. Hunter Nichols. I should have got Hunter Nichols. I like Hunter Nichols. Said Lado. Lucas Horstier, I'm pretty sure I said. So that's 5. The IPP is different now because they got signed as free agents. Like, they can enter the draft like Travis Clayton did. Or they can't. Am I allowed to put Lewis Rees-Zammit on this? I'm not so sure I'm allowed to put Lewis Rees-Zammit in this. But, I mean, he probably went for a trial in the UK, right? I'm going to count it. Fuck it. Lewis Rees-Zammit is involved now. He's one of us. Lewis Rees-Zammit is one of us. And he's Welsh, so that's pretty cool. Ida Molina, I should have got him. Jorge Garcia, I like Jorge Garcia. Robin Finch I mentioned. Siasen Ngami I mentioned. David Kubrayas, definitely should have got him. Yeah, Diego Rivero, the Potsdam Roll, Sebastian Bowen, Diego Paz. Janelle Pelly, how did I forget about Janelle Pelly? He's another Brit. Leo Rosvetti, he's going to look really solid this year. That's 8 that I forgot from the Dragons team. Sorry, Dragons. Damn. Did you mention it? Thomas Scherer? I did not mention either of those. Or Dustin Ilitsenko. So I'm going to add both of those because I can. Because names. Right, that's all the ones from this year. So I'm going to go on to my other board. Which should be this one. If that works. I actually don't know if it's going to work. It should work, right? I think it is. I can't really tell. I don't think it's actually showing the main. Yeah. I need to like change it from a master scouting chart Mark 5 to the European preseason Mark 4, because the names got very complicated because my thing kept trying to like delete my stuff. So that wasn't too fun. So this is my list from this year. Should be, anyway. Yeah. So that's receivers. I need to look who I have. See if people now want like my information. They could low-key just look. Bryce Goggin. I forgot about Bryce Goggin for the Berlin Rebels. Let me like zoom in a little bit more. So Bryce Goggin should have got Danny Kitter from Helsinki. Should have got him. Thomas Jenkins. Yeah, should have got him. Again, some of this isn't in order. Edwin Almeida Torreira, he's very good. Joel Salenka, big fucking dude. He's solid. Dylan Reed. I should have got Dylan Reed. He's like Canadian and also Dutch, I believe. Lewis Kirby. I should have got Lewis Kirby. Wait for the Burn Rebels, English guy. That's like 5 more. I think that's 5 more. Jacob Colburn. Yeah, that's 6. I'm going to give myself, I think, 6 for this one. But if you ever want to look into my scouting work, this is what my scouting work looks like. A lot of this. Kalu Tassan, 7. Anton Blugren, I said. Yeah, Max Fine. I'm still going to keep it at 7. I'm gonna add 7 to that one. I'm at 791. Be going for nearly 4 hours, which is pretty fucking good. Let's look at quarterbacks. Alright, Jadon I got, Ryan Griffin I got, Chad, Zach, Levi. Yeah. Got most of these guys. Ashley Brooks. I don't think I mentioned Ashley Brooks. I didn't mention Ashley Brooks. Zach Kavanaugh. I did not mention. I did not mention Asim Adibadi. That's 3. Good catch. I really should have mentioned him. Mentioned the Orlandos. Mentioned Shaz. Gabriel Cunningham I should have got 4. Robbie Patterson, he's at Parma. Yeah, that's 5. We got Jet Dell. I got called down twice there. That's 5. Jared Gabino. Yeah, that's 6. Jalen Henderson, that's 7. Slade Jarman. OGs remember Slade Jarman, that's 8. Let's go for who's like a name I really should have got. Just as Brooke has said. Justin Glamour has said. Right, I'm gonna give myself 9. I think I said 9. Pretty sure I said 9. I'm gonna give myself 9. So I'll make it up all the way to magic 800. Good job, fellas. We got to 800. And that is quite the accomplishment. We got 200 more. I reckon that'll take me another hour or so. But let's go linebackers. And again, a lot of these I haven't actually done a crazy amount of recently. That maybe I should have. Because I haven't Tavali. He's good. He's underrated. Ronpa. Swedish names are hard. Finnish names are really hard. Ryan Boateng. Yeah. That's 2. So Fermi, I'm gonna call him Fermi because I don't want to like completely butcher his name. Okanlola, that's 4. Rio Severus, that's 5. Zach Cooney Quinn, that's 6. Dylan Baker, that's 7. Tabio Kabuchi, that's 8. Nelson Charles Mfonuwu, that's 9. Manuel Fafola, how do I forget fucking Fafola? That's 10. Oh, I'm such a bad scout. That's 10. Said Arthur. Ambrose Matty, I don't think I mentioned Ambrose Matty. That's 11. George Rhymes, that's 12. Oh my goodness. Is anyone? Vincent Viney, that's 13. And then Julian Vidalsek is someone who's playing at the Kuna Dolphins. Seriously, he's like a weapon. I really, really do like him. I think that he's a serious like player. That's 12. I just added in. Julian is like a guy. Like the Kuna Dolphins won't be nearly as good as they are without him. Like 6'3", 211. Baller. Serious baller. Set to QBs. It goes like D-line. Teddy Adelane. Yeah, Paolo Andrade. I like Paolo Andrade. Mark Anthony Hoare. DeMarcus Artis. That's 4 already. Looking solid here. Daniel Besalami. Nice. 5. Jakob Mazin. I did mention Jakob Mazin. I did. We're running out of names. We've done so many. We've done so many. Well, we've got 5 more than this one. Oh, Dante Sparaco as well. Let me just put those in. That's 6. That's 6. Rashawn Hins, that's 7. Cade. No, don't. Cade twice. Said Gabrielle. Said Tyrese. Darius Slade, actually. Yeah, I like Darius Slade. That's 8. Said Chris. So I'm adding 8 more. Yeah, Mazin got the first one, which will go down in history, and he's just returned out of retirement, right? Like he's coming back this season. Try and get a ring. I think probably he'd sees it as an opportunity to get a ring, which is pretty cool. Let's go to internationals. This is what I want to see is international players that are playing at the moment. I want every single year of international players. Who do I recognize? Or I should have, realistically. Because this is, a lot. Jack Lau. Yeah, so I had Jack Lau twice. So I got Jack Lau and then Jack Lau. So this is different Jack Lau. And then there's Aussie that's playing in Paris. So let me filter also out the Australians and the Cameroon, China, Congo. I'll keep the Brazilians because you never know. Get rid of Egypt and Ethiopia. And Jamaica and Japan and Jordan and Macedonia's European. And Niger and I think that's Nigeria. And Samoa. Senegal, Singapore, and South Africa, South Korea, Tahiti, Syria. So we've still out all those. Dante Van Der Ven. Let's go for it. Let's go for it. Let's add him in. 821, Dante. Congratulations. I'm just going to get my phone very quickly now that it's actually had the opportunity to charge. We are back. Because there's definitely a lot of players I know that I have missed. I've got 22 notifications since I picked up my phone. How horrible is that? Lots and lots and lots and lots and lots and lots and lots. Let's go on to the players I know that are transferring. I want to get a couple of those that just hit the college transfer portal. Randall Schronger, another unlucky third QB. Oh man, I love you, Lefavidia, because I never would have got that dude. But now that I've said his name, he counts. So Dimitri Madden said that, Kofi, Freddie Pellinger said that, Cedric Anton, Dominic Barrage, and Christian Schleiman, both two guys that have entered the transfer portal, and now enter into my list of lots of names. And then I need like a Yui. I think I need to get a couple more of the Yui guys that I'm forgetting. Oh, shit. Because otherwise they'll be angry at me that I haven't got them. So let's take a look at like the Yui roster, see who I haven't got. Ramari Bennett. How did I not get Ramari? I should have got Ramari. Sorry, Ramari. Got Lawrence. Got most of these guys. Abel and Packer. I should have got Abel. Abel's a fucking Alex Eden. I should have got. Darren Conrad already got. Jermaine Brown I should have got. Harlan Brahma should have got. He's going to Strasbourg, I think, this year. I think. Jacob Law, the rich guy. Nate Cox. That's the fucking dude I was talking about that the league were like, he's tall. That's kind of it. Like, that was all they really had him as, was just a tall guy. Miles McCarthy. He'll be happy to be mentioned in this one if you're fans at this deep into the video. Ryan Palmer, fuck it. Ryan Morton, Sammy Yates McCabe. Zay Amechi, I should have got Zay. Sorry, Zay. I should have got Zay. And I think that's all like the Yui guys. Now, coaches is kind of the same. I'm going to include Anthony Thursman just because. I think I said Dan Meyer. Bradley Jones, yeah, you got it. They had a bit of a revolving door at one point. Luke Martin. Yeah, they had a bit of a revolving door at quarterback for a while. Like, they were just getting new guys in, leaving immediately afterwards, which is a shame. But it was kind of just the way it is. Sam James already mentioning that he's number 1 on the list, so that's fun. This isn't a top ranking, but we are nearly at 900. Hello, Leo. My dog wants to come up. See if he'll. There he is. Not sure if you can even see him, but he is here. Now he's gone. Let's have a further look at the board. The big board. Right. I said junior. Oh, I need to look at the academy. There's definitely some guys. Clooney. Yeah, he came in with when Sullivan was her, right? And he was actually pretty damn good. Like, for a minute, people were talking like he was going to take Sullivan's job, which I don't think was ever going to be the case. Was it Stephen Clooney? It might have been. I might need to. I'm not sure if it was Stephen Clooney, but it might have been. Ezra Elgami. Sorry, Ezra sent me this on to mention. He's a baller. He just went in the CFL Global. Speaking of which, let me look at the CFL Global. Let's have a look at the draft tracker, because I think there's someone I'm missing from that. Nwali, Edwardin Nwali, the Nebraska offensive lineman. Steve Coley, yeah. Couldn't remember what his name was. Julius Venschnoff just went to Steelers, which is awesome. I think that's pretty much. The rest of them were like Aussies or Kiwis or not as like played. Jack Crawford just got extended to the Razorbacks. Congratulations. Let me have a look. Who I'm forgetting? Jake Suggett. That's what I was thinking of earlier when I was thinking of Jake. Sorry, Jake. It took me this long. I feel like I'm saying that a lot. It took me a while to get to Jake. I think it's NFL Academy guys. I am absolutely missing a bevy of NFL Academy guys. Fletcher Cornwall. How did I forget about Fletcher Cornwall? Guy's like one of the smartest linebackers I've seen in a minute. Riley Reid, another defensive lineman out of the UK. Roden Dogan, Vinny Maxfield, Miles Bart. I forgot a lot of those guys. Mate Higgirdis from the Enthroners, former Vikings, one of very few homegrown quarterbacks. Yeah, that was not very many homegrown quarterbacks. So little. Said Isaiah Fuller, look out for him at the academy. Simon O'Fala, 2 running backs from the UK. Oscar Hardy-Gillings, young offensive lineman, also from the UK, going to be a problem. Gabriel Kurabali? Sorry, Gabriel. Super athletic. Next guy to come out of Solent. Could be a serious problem. Casper Harker. I'm sure he's scanning for his name as well. Jude Erickson. Yeah, I won't be able to do this without you. You'll have a video, the man. Finton Phillips. Henri Manning. Devin Myrie. Should have got those 3. Got Had Onus. Had Akeem. Let's go for... No, I forgot a bunch of guys. I think I've forgotten a lot. Dan Oates. I forgot about Dan Oates. Max Kidd. We'll chuck him in too. That's 2 more. We're going like very regional British at the moment. So I'm going to try and say Leon's name. Leon Klozowitz. He deserves to be on this list. He's a very good linebacker, and people should look at him more as a linebacker that could play in Europe. Rob Ogden. Put it in the bank. Dante said Ethan Fischler. I should have got Ethan Fischler. I really should. Jersey, fucking Eichhorst, Max Snell. How did I not get those guys? Jersey's like so sick. Richard Marks. In you go. There you go. You can have it now. You're in at 867. Ethan Riley, Eric McDowell, Donnell Lewis. How did I forget all these guys? It's like a year ago. I think I just let all the numbers get to me at the start. And forgot about a bunch of like the UE guys from last year. But we got a lot of them now. Temi Benny, another player. Martin Olenek, another player. Martin Olenek, I should say. Don Espina, one of the most underrated linebackers on that UE team that people don't talk about is Don Espina. Like, a lot of people were saying about UE having this, like, God squad, which we had a really amazing squad, don't get me wrong. But, like, there was also a lot of, like, British talent in that roster that people didn't talk about enough. Olatunde Mirakpo, Bryant, defensive back. He was seriously good. Daniel Kane, he just played for New Yorker. Offensive line, Charlie Abbott, should have had him. Freddie Pellinger had. Alfie Keary, Cam Dwyer, Roland Agunsa, another academy grad. Like, I forgot a lot of these like younger dudes. Don't get me wrong, I got most of them, but oh yeah, Hardy Skinner Henry and Corey Baldry, like the Blitz duo. And then what was I got? That's pretty much all of like the younger guys. I said Joe Perkins, should have got him. JJ Obonwe, should have got him. There's so many dudes that I did not include but should have. Sam Fenton, oh my god, how the fuck did I not get Sam Fenton? He was like one of the first QBs to like really kind of turn people's heads. Like, I was never a person that thought he was the best QB in the world, but like he did a really good job. Joe Gallagher, Lewis Gallagher, brothers that played in the UK. Lamar Virgo and Benny, fucking Jeremy Benny. Yeah, he just went to the Algo comments. I don't know how I let him not get mentioned until now. Owen James. I mentioned Dante Barnett. I already mentioned Dante Barnett. Eno Turinstead. He played in the academy, German receiver. He's been around for a minute. Morris Jeffries, Scottish guy. A lot of these now I've covered. Let's have a look. I made like a Josiah Plenton. Yeah, such a fast route runner. Kind of a shame that he couldn't get picked up to like a GFL team, but I think that he could have been able to play in a GFL team. Sam Wilcott. Yeah. I'm going like so regional now. I'm going for like the smallest UK teams you've never heard of. Oscar Alcorn. I was damn right. It was Oscar. Joe Timmons. I said Josh Wake. Where's Henri? I want to mention Henri. I mentioned Henri Manning. Where's Ovi? I want to mention Ovi. Sidney Odoe that played for the Pride team. He kind of got. He's going to CGFL. Yeah, he's going to CGFL. William Wright already mentioned. William Wright and the other William Wright. Oh, what's up, Alex? How you doing? You're brightening my day by coming in this late. Cameron Dunn. I should have had Cameron Dunn. Fill you in, Alex. We got to 450 off the dome, and we resorted to finding stuff online. So we did well. We did very well. Mohammed Khan. He was a guy in Scotland a few years back. I did like a 2021 Rookie of the Year. Simba Ayoke. He was such a talented receiver. He's had injuries. Tiago Francisco. Tiago Francisco. Another kind of similar player. Christopher Iwamba, running back out of Blitz a few years ago. It's going to make up number 900. What's GFL season import rules? Fuck the GFL import rules. I do not know. GFL import rules are an absolute mess. Yeah, my voice is gone. I've been talking for 4 hours. We got 100 more, so you're damn right I'm not leaving now. My voice is finished. Who else am I forgetting? I mentioned all of these guys. Mikel Nixon. Sorry, Mikel. It took me a long while to talk about you. And it wasn't even on the picture on my phone. It's just a person I remembered. Who's that British receiver that played for the fucking Raiders a few years back? Slot guy. Very quick, very fast. Cannot remember. Yeah, sorry I couldn't help with the import rules. Like, I've heard stories, allegedly, about teams having like upwards of 30 fucking imports. Aaron Mooney Jones, should have got him. I've already mentioned you, Alex, as well, by the way, just to let you know. I already had you in early. Oh, Frank Godfrey. I should have had Frank Godfrey. And Archie Dunn. I should have had both of those. 2 OG linebackers from the UK. George Murphy. I already mentioned Fletcher Cornwall. Issa. Yeah, so what's Issa's last name? Yeah, I'm trying to... just remembered him. Was trying to think what it was. But can't remember. Oh, Pedro Martinez as well. He was at the NFL Academy. I played with him. I played with a receiver called Malachi that I can't remember what his last name was, but he was from the Blitz as well. He was severely talented. Give O-line, brother. I've named 100 odd O-line. No, I've named more than 100. I've named a couple of 100 O-line. I've named so many offensive linemen, but I'll try and find you a couple more. Danny Townsend. Let me just get a tight end out of the way. I'm looking through some of my old 2021. Also, I've got a new Pokemon card in the back of my phone. Shout out to my friend Aaron, who I went and bought Pokemon cards with today, so I could get a new Pokemon card on my phone. Nick Moses, speedy running back. Leonard Stoic, Oh, he's going in. He's going in. We do not. Donnell Ingano. It's not Ingano. How do I spell that one? Donnell Irungel. He played for Ruben Gap. Ah, TJ Miller. I remember TJ Miller. I've got JJ and Clark. Imagine if I didn't at this point. Oh, fuck. I've got JJ and Clark. Freddie Pelling I've said. Tyler Holly Fallows I've said. Charlie Abbott I've said. Cammy Ewart I've said. Theo Eddy I have not said as your offensive line. George Dance I've not said. So add him in too. We've got some more offensive line prospects for you there. Or like they're not prospects anymore. George Reynolds I've said. Max Coyne. I'm going to put him in. Who's a quarterback at Pride at the moment? The backup quarterback at Pride. Finley Gurrigan? Finley Gurrigan? Yeah, I'm going to add him in. Dante Silcott. Jalen Etienne. We're doing well, boys. We're nearly there. Indigo Wood. It's a throwback name. Said about Leo. Said Jamoy. Landry Bino. Said Sam Collins. I have not. Typically the worst returner in the league. David Schuler. And I read Caddy Milshrut. Brussels Black Angels. I've not mentioned a bunch of Belgian players. I've mentioned a few Crusaders, but not nearly enough. Daniel Peach. Let me actually go to the Crusaders. I really should have mentioned them more, but let me just have a little scroll through the academy first. Ruben De Ruyter from Potsdam. Thank you very much, Alex. And how the hell are you finding people that we haven't covered? Said it. Don't worry, I got Daniel in. We got Daniel in. He was late, but we got Daniel in. He deserves, for sure. Enrique Aspinall, athlete that's just signed to the academy. Yeah, we got Daniel in pretty late. I think it was around 400, 500. Jude Colvin, another player just signed to the academy. Check players outside their own country page on the wiki. Good idea. Oh, you're just the best, aren't you? It's gradually got darker. I've just looked at my screen. My voice is so gone. Holy shit. Let's have a little look. Right. Why is this not? Is this doing it now? I think it's doing it. I can't really tell. We will see. When I go on rosters. There we go. I think it's worked. Tyler Williams for the Nice Dolphins. Fuck yes. Give me more French league players. I have not got enough. Samuel Durapiu. We can add him in. I've not got nearly enough French league players. So that's something I need. I think I've got Leo Sartel and that's it. Alright, let's go back to the top. I've got vocal fry like crazy. I've got a bunch of cans of Coke around me and a pack of Hobnob biscuits. I don't want to eat too close to the mic. But thank you everyone who's been here this long. Okay. Which one's Julian Gout. Oh, let me think of what's his name? He's in Spain. He's just finished his season in Spain. Brito. Is it Carlos Brito? Offensive lineman from France. Yeah, Andrea Brito Carlos. Yes. In you go. Yes, Asani I mentioned already. Hugo I mentioned already. Joey Bradley, sorry. Look at him in. Marcus Christensen. Let's add him in too. Lord Arday. Lord Arday is a young defensive back out of UK. Raphael Green. Going to go to a college in America pretty soon. Mentioned a lot of these guys. Did not start mentioning him. Ooh, I think I mentioned pretty much everyone on my recent Twitter. Yeah. Sean Shelton. Oh my god, I have not mentioned Sean Shelton until 934. What the fuck is wrong with me? What the fuck? How did I not mention Sean Shelton until this late in the video? Yannick Fattori, Nice Dolphins. In he goes. Search up type players. Okay, cool. Sullivan Sierra. What a cool name. He said search up players, so I'm literally just going to search up players. Players based outside our country. There you go. So, Sullivan Sierra and Aku Atalen. Yeah, I got a couple of the Helsinki Roosters, but not loads. But I have a couple of them. We're getting close now. I can't believe I didn't mention Sean Shelton. Like, how did it take me this long to mention Sean Shelton? What the fuck? Mentioned Sam Hicks, mentioned Jack Lowe, mentioned all these guys. I didn't mention Leonardo Fonseca. Did not mention Fonseca, so I'll add him in. I'm also, Alex, I'm kind of only going for guys I actually know. If I don't know them or don't, like, haven't heard of their name, I'm not going to add them in because that's just, like, too easy. Oliver Triblier. I know how I didn't get him. That's 3. Or if I, like, already mentioned him, obviously I might scroll past him and not mention it. That's 3. I need to add in Maximin Defalsis. I did not mention Maximin. I don't know how I didn't mention Maximin. Nicholas Kantar, I also haven't mentioned. That's 5. Moshe Nurabi, that's 6. I mentioned him earlier, but didn't get his full name, so I don't think it counts. Well, it didn't count. I didn't make it count. So we're going to go up to 43. Oko Etienne. Yeah. Stan Bedwell, sorry. Stan Bedwell. He's in now. We are got 55 players left. I am going to rest my voice for days after this. Mentioned a lot of these guys already. Got that. Cosville. Interesting. Yeah, he was a fullback, wasn't he? I remember him. I'm going to attempt to say this. This is going to be so wrong. Jeton Novo Bidirlijisha. That's so wrong. But I'm going to add him in because I know who he is. Yeah, got all the Dutch players in already. Got all the Kiwis and Nigerians. Juan de Guzman we're going to add in. Alexander Borokovic we're going to add in. Oliver, I should have got that. Oliver Durek. I don't feel like I put him in. That's 3. United States could be a lot. So we just add those 3. Right. I mentioned a lot of these guys. So, Victor Miller I didn't mention there. So I'm going to add Victor Miller in. Malik Cherenso, I didn't mention him. I should have because I literally talked about the Enthroners doing 2D linemen and didn't mention the 2D linemen. I mentioned one, but I didn't mention him. Hugo, I already got Hugo. Let's have a look. Who else? Didn't mention him. Nazir Strater. That's 3. Daniel Wright. Did I mention Daniel Wright? Yes, I did. I did. That's 3 still. Darius Nash. I haven't mentioned Darius Nash. I was stuck on it forever. I was like, I couldn't think of the other person. It was Darius Nash. I need to have 4 more. How the hell did I not get Darius Nash? He's one of my highest rated players. Like this year. Like Darius Nash is a savage. It can be so good. Okay, that's all of those ones. Let's go to the main page. and go to like the roster moves, because there was a lot of roster moves, especially in like 2023. And I remember one from Vienna, because they got in a player who was like a reality show guy. Like he was on like a Love Island thing. He was a British dude. Where was he? Is it him? I don't think it was him. It might have been. Terrell Robinson I've got. We're covered on Robinson. Maybe not then. They definitely did sign someone British that was like a reality show guy. I just can't remember what his name is. Okay, got a lot of these guys already. What was it Andrew saying? He was like, it was a defensive lineman. He was like big black dude from London, and he was like, he had like UK select like Young Philly and like Nella Rose like come in and stuff. Like, he was a pretty big deal. I still think I think they kind of got him in for the name. No disrespect to that guy, but I don't think he played very much, if ever, actually. Dylan Jacob, that's a callback I was thinking about. That was at Cologne and was like the first guy they had. Ollie Krebs. I should have got Ollie Krebs. I'm add him in a minute. Add him in a minute. That's not as easy to say when you've done 4.5 hours of talking. Kevin Doyle already had. That's who I was talking about. Been following him for a while. I'm going to try and pronounce this one. Sizoliossi Sizabolics. Got those guys in. Andrew Spencer, that's 4. Got those 2 guys in. See, I did exactly the same thing as you when you said one of them and then immediately your brain went to the other. I did that same thing. So, don't feel too bad. Burndale Robbins. I should have had Burndale Robbins. And I didn't get Burndale Robbins. Oliver Landstrom. One of the best centers in the league. Well, one of the best centers in Europe. He's solid. He's solid. That's 2. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking of. Running back from the UK. Tufam Lala, that's 3. Michael Taylor, that's 4. Preston Hare. Oh my god, I didn't talk about Preston Hare. That's 5. How the hell did I not know about Preston Hare until 5? Terrible. That's the one. I need to add 5 guys in. Colin Ceesay, I'm pretty positive I mentioned. Sebastian Luthier, I didn't. That's 6. Jordan Barlow, I didn't mention him. That's 7. Igor Masalanka, I didn't mention. That's 8. I'm surprised I didn't get to Jordan Masalanka. Why don't I mention Jordan Masalanka? But I think I've got pretty much all of these guys in. Marco Colombo, actually, I didn't. That's 9. What about when Aaron Black left? What happened when Black left? They got in Xriel Lau. That's 10. Bontel Kazansky, that's 11. Kritzatsai, it's 11. We got 69 here. Semiraji, bang. We're in. We are steaming through them. We got 30 fucking more. Jens Walter. Courtney Etienne. I didn't mention about Courtney Etienne. I should have mentioned about Courtney Etienne ages ago. Fabrizio Umetelli. I should have got him. That's 3 more. How the hell did I not get Etienne? Etienne was like one of the better safety. He played for like Berlin. He played for GB. Like, I really should have got that one. Speaking of which, let me have a look at the GB roster. GB Lions. Kind of a mess, if you ask me, but not many people are asking me about that one. That one's a tough one. I'm not a massive fan of the how that program. Sam Fosey. I didn't mention Sam Fosey. Sorry, Sam Fosey. I'm surprised it took me that long to mention him too. He's actually a pretty solid safety out of the UK. Jeffrey Jurlink, yeah, should have mentioned him. We're going niche. We are going niche. Bojadola Adewale, he was a Nottingham receiver. I always liked him. I also he could do. I think we always think he could do more. Like he was quite a slow route runner. He could be explosive. For Nottingham, he was explosive at like times, but he was number one, and I really think that he could have been like amazingly good. Jared Mittendorfer, I've got him. We're looking at Dave Pemberton. I should have had Dave Pemberton. Will Bunce. How the hell did I not get Will Bunce? Oh my god, I didn't get Chris Synergy. Leo Craft, yeah, absolutely should be there. RIP. Finley Old. Got Rodon. Got him. Jason Salome. I have a Jason Salome jersey for when he won the Dresden, the championship with Dresden, and he was not on until 982. Tom Seeger. I've got Eddie on there. Rob Warren. Bloody hell. We're nearly there, boys. We need to kind of think about who we want to finish on 1,000. I feel. Bailey Mann. Got AJ. Got Joe Perkins. Got Dwayne Obi. Thomas Campbell. I remember him for running back. Andy Owusu. That's another player I'm forgetting about. Stefan Svanson. Got him. Got him. I need to look at like the Dutch. Dutch national team is not going to have much up though. I don't think it will do anyway. Because I think I've already got quite a lot of those guys in. Only year left to finish. Yeah, we can do only year left to finish. We don't have to, but we can do. I'm fine with that. We got 13 more. So do you want to do that the last 10 as a year left? Yeah, we'll take one off for Leo. And then we'll do the last 14. And then we'll finish off with Leo. Let me try and find who that Malachi was. Issa Aluku was the Brit that played for the Raiders. So we'll get him in there. Taha Fowler's got him. George Reynolds. No, Max Reynolds. Sorry, not George Reynolds. Alex Greenhow. One of my first ever articles in media ever was on Greenhow. Nathan Lester. Oh my god, I didn't know he was on that team. Dan Blackburn Salenchko. Did not know he was on the GB Under 19 team with me in like 2016. I did not know. 2018. Didn't know. Oh, so I'm gonna break the rule for Diogo Fernandez. Oh no, he's not playing Europe. I'm all good. I don't have to. No, I'm gonna break it for Carl Peterson. I'm sorry, but I need to talk about Carl Peterson is a fucking monster. And Luca Algaretti as well. Also really good. I've found a couple late additions that have gone against our plan. But at this point, we've had Madre. Don't worry, we had Madre. Madre was definitely mentioned. Got all of these older dudes from the Panthers. Who are we forgetting? We need 8 more guys. 8 more guys. We are very close. Let me go on the ELF page again. From our best friend. The ELF really need to like start paying you for their work, man. Daniel Bender. He came in after the injury. That's one. I'll add him in. Solomon Brown, I've already mentioned. Octavia Smith, I haven't though, so that's 2. Mentioned a lot of these guys. Right, that's 2 more. Jared Bauman, I've got. Philip Frisk Anderson, I have not. So that's 3. 1, 2, 3. 5 more. 5 more. And Leo Kraft, so 4 more. Okay. We're so close, boys. We are so close. Thank you very much. Yeah, Anton Charlie, I've got. Eric Schumann, I have not. So in he goes. Thank you very, 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 very much for staying here. Yeah, Peter, I wouldn't be able to do this without you. You're the goat of all goats. The needle mover. The real fucking deal. We're finishing it off with a couple more. Thang Li Ming, I have. Timmy Nuka, I've got as well. Timmy Nuka, I actually think this. Basil Weber, I have not. That's another one. Add him in. Realistically, need 2 more. Wrong page. I went on the wrong page. Let me get up the clicker again. We need just 2 more. Why am I nervous? Why am I nervous? We're nearly there. We're so close. We are very, very close. Rick Proengor I've got. That would have been a good one. Yes, it was Kalenchi Dyke. That's who it was. That was the D lineman that got released. So he can come in. We need 1 more. 1 more. Who do I want to? Florian Sudi. There we go. And got a liner already. But Sudi's going to finish us off. And then, of course, last and certainly not least, Leo Kraft. 1,000. RIP to Leo Kraft. 1,000 players we have mentioned in a row. I am very tired. I am very hungry. I really need to go to the toilet. This was this is actually really fun. I actually did enjoy doing this because I could just sit in front of a screen and talk for 4.5 hours. ELFopedia, you're a fucking legend. Couldn't have been able to do this without you. Thank you everyone that stopped by. I'm gonna make this ending very short, very quick because I need to go to the toilet. Thank you very, very, very much, fellas. Alex as well, coming in late. We had, of course, we had Tyrese, who has not come back for a while, but thank you, Tyrese, for sticking around and being part of the team. We're a team today, boys. That's what we did. It was fun remembering all those guys. It was a bit of a walk down memory lane in terms of like Europeans and a lot of British guys. No, next time it's not 2K. We hit 1 million, we're gonna hit fucking problems. Yeah, this was good fun. Enjoyed it a lot. Thank you, everyone. I am gonna go now. Hope you have an amazing rest of your day. Everyone deserves the best of love. Thank you very much. See you later, and goodbye.